lizards? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Vince to see if we can get the answer. Yo, Vince, good morning.
Good morning, It. You guys work?
Good morning, It. You work as well, sir. Do me a favor. Tell me what you call a group of lizards.
Golden, a lounge.
A lounge.
Wow. Well, a lounge lizard.
Hence, lounge lizard.
Who knew?
You got it. All right, Vince, you got it right, and we're going to set you up with a $150 Fogo to Show gift card. Faux show. Fogo to Show is the best place to indulge for the holiday season, like their premium-graded Wagyu New York strip, and it's a great enhancement to the full churrasco experience, and you can make reservations for Center City or King of Prussia at fogo.com. We'll start with the box office. Number one, it was light at the box office. West Side Story was number one, but only made $10.5 million.
I'm surprised, man, because they spent a lot pumping that up.
It was just down over the box office overall. So Encanto, which is supposed to be really, really good, made $9.42 million. So low numbers at the box office. Then you had Ghostbusters Afterlife, followed by House of Gucci, Eternals, Resident Evil Raccoon City, Clifford the Big Red Dog, Christmas with the Chosen was 8, followed by Dune, and Venom, Let There Be Carnage, hanging in at number 10. You saw
West Side Story?
Yeah, did you go see it yesterday?
No, I didn't go see it yesterday. No,
okay.
My daughter wanted to go a different day for her birthday.
We'll get a review for you.
We will.
From you, down
Yes.
below. All right. We'll start off with this. Ever since the Sex and the City revival and Just Like That premiered, fans have taken to Twitter to comment on Kim Cattrall's absence. People reports that Kim went on a liking spree this weekend as fans expressed their support. One person wrote, and just like that, I find myself only wanting to watch anything Kim Cattrall is on. This is a Kim appreciation tweet, and of course you like that. Explaining why Jones is missing from the And Just Like That premiere, the show reveals that she moved to London for work after her pride got damaged. We played the clips last week.
Yeah.
When Carrie Bradshaw let her go as a publicist. Cattrall has long said that she would never return to the franchise, citing tension with her co-stars. Parker has denied all suggestions of a feud between herself and Cattrall. And then there's another thing. If you watched that first episode, and here is a big-time spoiler alert, if you don't want to know what happened, you probably already do by now because it was all over the place. But there was a shattering plot development that Carrie's husband and central character Mr. Big died of a heart attack after a workout on his Peloton bike. Or if you may have heard about it by now, maybe didn't watch it yourself. But while Peloton said they knew one of its workout bikes would be on the show, it didn't know how it would be involved and was apparently as shocked as everyone else. And then watched its stock dip after the episode aired on Thursday. Yep. But it quickly flipped what could have been a PR problem with a clever marketing move that was getting props on social media yesterday. And we might have a clip of this case if you can take a look. Peloton posted a tweet Sunday with the caption, and just like that, he's alive, in which the actor who plays Big, Christopher Noth, appears is relaxing in front of the fire with Big's Peloton instructor, Allegra, who's played by real-life Peloton personality Jess King.
Yeah, believe it or not, they're like celebrities, these Peloton people. One of them competed on Dancing with the Stars.
They did. And so we have an audio. Is this the whole ad? It's like 20 seconds
Yeah, it's
long.
a piece of it.
So they're sitting in front of the fire, and they're talking.
To new beginnings.
To new beginnings. You look great.
Well, I feel great. Should we take another ride? Life's too short not to.
And just like that, the world was reminded that regular cycling stimulates and improves your heart, lungs, and circulation, reducing your risk of cardiovascular diseases. Cycling strengthens your heart muscles, lowers resting pulse, and reduces blood fat levels. He's alive.
So
That's Ryan Reynolds.
Yep.
That's why I saw it on his Instagram, and it did. I was like, oh, okay, now this all makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
I watched the episode, and Marissa was hinting at it last week, too. And I didn't know what was coming. But they talk about touching yourself earlier in the episode.
Yeah.
And then he's watching this Peloton instructor who's very attractive. And you think maybe that's where they're going with this.
Like he's going to pass away from...
No. That he's going to have some fun with himself because she's really hot and he's watching her on the screen. And then it takes a different turn.
Okay. So they went with that to kind of throw that out, that you don't necessarily die from riding their
In fact,
product.
they pointed out that the character was known for living the high life, lots of steaks and smoking cigars and all that.
All right, other information from the world of celebrities. Kim Kardashian is paying for a pianist to wake up her kids with Christmas music every morning this month.
Do you know what I'd do? I'd just say, Alexa, play Christmas music instead of hiring someone.
Wow.
You're not Kim Kardashian.
I know.
Yeah. The 41-year-old reality star revealed the unique way she's getting her brood, North, Saint, Chicago, and Psalm, into the festive spirit, and out of bed each morning. She hired piano player Philip Cornish to tinkle the ivories in her household, and alongside a picture of the musician performing in her living room next to her rather large Christmas tree, she wrote on her Instagram story, "Good morning. Every morning during the month of December,
Oh, man.
Phil comes to play Christmas music on the piano to wake
Wow.
up
Christmas
That'll wake you right up.
to wake up the kids." So the post.
Sure, yeah. I think she's never been as overt that way.
The mother of four admitted on the final episode of her family show that she will get a facelift by the time she's 55. And this weekend, she paid tribute to the man behind her youthful appearance, Dr. Simon Orion of Epi1 Skincare Clinic in Beverly Hills on his birthday.
Epi1.
Alongside a selfie with the sought-after cosmetic dermatology doctor, she wrote on her Instagram story, "Happy birthday to the man who keeps me looking so young. I hope, LOL. Seriously, besides being an artist and seeing things in a totally different way than others, you are such a good person and friend."
We were looking at her living room, and it looked like the green room of a bad show. Like it was completely antiseptic. There's a piano player in the corner.
Well,
are the kids allowed to talk to the piano player, or is he just hired help?
It's very reminiscent of the way Eddie Murphy's character wakes up in Coming to America.
Yeah.
Every single
The
morning.
royal penis is clean.
Well, no, they if you recall, they have like a string quartet that plays.
Oh,
That's
really?
right. Yes,
and then
yeah.
they slowly draw the shades.
Right.
Look at this room, Kathy.
I know you guys.
Kathy loves it.
I don't mind it. I think it
She's
looks
a
really
minimalist.
nice.
It's massively, antiseptic.
Well, it's very minimal. There's
Yeah.
nothing on the walls. It's as clean as you could possibly get.
Yeah.
You could perform open heart surgery in that room.
Guarantee
and
it.
Probably not have to worry about anything getting to
Where's the
body.
drum kid, Preston? Where the Batman figures?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Skims and KKW beauty founder, who is allegedly romancing 28-year-old Pete Davidson, has just filed to become legally single amid her divorce from Kanye West. The papers filed by Kim asked the judge in her divorce case to separate issues of child custody and property from her marital status, meaning that she and Kanye would be able to be legally single while they continue to work out the terms of their divorce. I'm not familiar
I've
with
never
that.
heard of this where you actually can rectify all the issues pertaining to that aspect of the divorce later, but immediately become single.
Yeah. Kim's also asked to have her maiden name restored, which would see her
Lipschitz.
known as just Kim Kardashian. Kanye has made several public comments about his intentions to try and win Kim back of late. Earlier this week, the music mogul dedicated his song Runaway to the businesswoman while performing at the Free Larry Hoover concert at the Los Angeles Coliseum. After singing the lyrics, "I need you to run right back to me, baby," he added, more specifically, Kimberly. The sources said that after the concert that Kim has moved on from Kanye and has no interest of rekindling their
He's seeing someone else, too.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a model that he's seeing, an Instagram model.
All right. Well, he's,
What does he want?
he's hanging on to something. All right. I don't usually like to lead with someone passing away, so I buried this story a couple in to let everybody wake up and everything, but you probably saw this. It was terribly sad news, especially to us because we were huge fans of the Monkees.
Yes.
Mike Nesmith passed away on the 10th. He died of natural causes. He was 78 years old. His family issued a statement saying, "With infinite love, we announce that Michael Nesmith has passed away this morning in his home, surrounded by family, peacefully, and of natural causes. We ask you to respect our privacy this time. We thank you for the love and light that you all have shown him and us." On November 14th, Nesmith had wrapped the final Monkees tour dates in Los Angeles with Mickey Dolenz as part of the pair's farewell tour. Nesmith had been struggling with heart disease in recent years, and in 2018, he underwent quadruple bypass surgery.
Didn't know that.
He's the third of the Monkees to pass. Davy Jones died of sudden heart attack in 2012. He was 66. Peter Tork died in 2019. He was 77. He had a decade-long battle with adenoid cystic carcinoma, a rare cancer of the salivary salivary glands. And soul-surviving Mickey Dolenz said in a statement, "I'm heartbroken. I've lost a dear friend and partner. I'm so grateful that we could spend the last couple of months together doing what we loved best, singing, laughing, and doing shtick. And I'll miss it all so much, especially the shtick. Rest in peace, Nez. All my love, Mickey." Mickey, who earlier this year released a new album of Nesmith songs called Dolenz Sings Nesmith, told Rolling Stone, "I found out a couple of days ago that he was going into hospice, and I knew what that meant. And I had my moment, and then I let it go. I let go a couple of days ago. It's just good to know that he passed peacefully. We were on stage just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad that we did that tour. He was so looking forward to that and such a trooper through the whole thing. A tour is tough if you're in the best of health. And he just really loved it. He loved doing it. It's not my place to talk about how the exact state of his health towards the end of his life was, but it's public knowledge that just a couple of years ago he had quadruple bypass, and it's also no secret he was a Christian Scientist. I don't really see myself as the last monkey, but it's the end of an era, that's for sure. He said that's what happens. None of us are going to get out of this alive. He had written a bunch of songs, and a couple I was not familiar with that he was behind. So some of the Monkees classics, he helped write Mary Mary, Circle Sky, Listen to the Band, Daily, Nightly. One of my favorite songs, You Just May Be the One, he wrote that, and many others. But he also, outside of the Monkees, he wrote Linda Ronstadt's 1967 hit with the Stone Ponies, Different Drum.
Did you know that?
I had no idea.
That's a great song.
Yeah, it's a wonderful song. It was one of her first hits.
Yeah. Do you guys? So we have him singing his version of it, which is more country-ish.
Okay.
But once you hear it, you'll recognize it and know it as a Linda Ronstadt
Different
song.
Drum, Casey.
Yeah.
It's a couple down. Here we go.
Well, you and I travel to the beat of a...
Different Drum.
Love that song.
You know that
now
song?
I know it.
Great
Yeah, I know it.
song. And I
And,
had no idea he was behind that. Wow.
You'd mentioned Listen to the Band, Preston, which was the first Monkees song that he sang that charted.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, hey.
First took before they joined, and they were in black and white.
Right.
And so I went back and I watched all those.
That's great.
Oh, yeah.
This weekend. Yeah.
And
because
him coming in?
They looked like children.
Oh, and
they were teenagers.
They don't know what the hell's going
They
on.
had no idea.
Yeah.
They just came in and they just kind of turned the camera on. They started asking questions and they just kind of goof around. And Mike started like going in these cabinets and pulling things out. And he was kind of really strange. He took things in a different direction. I think they just loved that about him. He was so unique. He wore that hat to the audition, and they were like,
They love the hat.
keep that. That's your look.
And he hated the hat after a while,
no,
but he had to.
he
Yeah, he hated it. It was his thing.
It's a little thing, but it made him stand out.
Yeah.
Yep. Although he balked at the original Monkees reunions, Nesmith was back on board for the group's 1997 Trek, which included their Justice album and a TV special they had, Hey, Hey, We're the Monkees, and a brief UK tour. He ended up bailing out of that. And I remember, hang on a second, I had this other little tidbit, and I want to make sure I get it.
Well, while you look for that, he became a big video content creator.
Right.
And created it was a short video film, for lack of a better word, called Elephant Parts. And I remember watching that because it was comedy.
Yep.
And the music as well. And he did at that time, all sorts of, crazy effects and things like that, which now look really pedestrian. But and he was very well off. His mother created.
Well, here you go. That's what I was
yeah.
going to bring up. So Bette Nesmith, and I remember this being, kind of a rumor, and then eventually finding out that it was true. His mother, who was divorced, went on to create the typewriter correction fluid liquid paper. She created it. She invented it.
Insane.
Made her a fortune by the mid-1970s. So she eventually left her fortune to Nesmith and the nonprofit foundations that she endowed to promote women in business and the arts. So as he was doing this monkeys thing, she was developing this.
I know.
It didn't make her rich until the mid-70s, which monkeys were done by then.
Right. And he was already doing pretty well.
Yeah.
So what was the resurgence of the monkeys in the 80s? Was that because of Nickelodeon or
MTV?
MTV.
Okay, yeah. I remember when that happened, and the other three guys got back together, and everybody was like, "Well, where's Mike? Where's Mike?" And I remember in middle school or whatever, it was like, "No, he's rich because his mom invented whiteout."
Right?
And we're like, no, and it was one of these weird contentious
invented
rumors.
Post-its, yeah.
Right, and you're like, wait, why are we fighting about Mike Nesmith's mom? But we did, and turns out that was true the whole time.
Yeah, so he rarely would join them on the reunion tours, and many believe that he disliked the band or the show, and something he steadfastly denied. He eventually did get on board and do some stuff with them, but yeah, man,
I love the series. I love them. They really the songs that were written for them by people like Neil Diamond, Preston, and legends, Boyce and Hart. But then when they started writing their own stuff, and that was a big battle, as you know, in the whole genesis of the band, they wanted to write their own music because they were legitimate. Most of them, musicians who had been writing songs.
Yeah, Peter Tork was actually the most. He at that time he was the most veteran musician.
Yeah.
He had the most talent, but. I loved when that happened with the MTV resurgence thing.
It was great.
It was lightning in a bottle. For some reason, everybody just clamped onto it, and it worked. So, sad news that Mike Nesmith has passed away. I got some other stories. Let's go from a passing to a baby.
Hey.
Not a newborn, not one that was born over the weekend or anything like that. But Scarlett Johansson has shared that her son Cosmo is in awe of his feet. Aren't all babies?
Yeah,
This just in from Hollywood. Scarlett Johansson has revealed that her infant son is mesmerized by his own feet. We go down to Jim Ingleshevsky outside of Scarlett Johansson's house. Jim, can you see anything that indicates the child is still fascinated with his feet?
No.
Thank you, Jim.
Isn't it? It's just a phase like that every child goes
Yeah,
through.
they're fine, dude. They're brand new.
Yeah. And the when you're a baby,
everything
your
to
feet
themselves.
kind of bend up in front of your face all the time, right?
Yeah. They're like, oh wait, what are these things? Okay, these things are feet. Okay.
Poop.
Yeah.
What's poop?
Johansson and her husband Colin Jost welcomed Cosmo to the world in August. Page 6 reports that Cosmo has been staring at his toes, pulling on them, and even chewing on them. This is news, folks. Thought I'd pass that along.
Walter Cronkite.
All right, no, this is more newsworthy.
All right.
Harnaz Sandhu of India was crowned Miss Universe on Sunday, yesterday. Yeah, in the south and southern Israel where they had the pageant.
Do you want to hear the moment it happened? We have it.
Yeah.
Riveting.
Yeah, it was Steve Harvey.
Who, hasn't had an issue with misannouncing the winner.
Yep, so here we go.
Ladies, Paraguay and India, please step forward. Only one of you is about to become Miss Universe. Good luck to both of you. And the new Miss Universe is India.
So in a speech on stage during the pageant, she urged young people to know that you are unique, and that's what makes you beautiful.
She's legitimately beautiful.
Stop comparing yourself to others. She said, I believe in myself, and that's why I'm standing here today. And the pageant was held in the resort city of Eilat with 80 women from around the world competing for the crown. Sunday night was the last day of the competition with eliminations and narrowing down the number of finalists until the last two remained. So Steve Harvey named her, and after her win was announced, she celebrated with other contestants on stage, shouting to the camera, Chak de Fateh, India. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correct, which is a Punjabi exclamation, similar in meaning to, let's do this, India.
Get her done.
So it also means get her done.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was funny. It was on last night, and I just happened across it for a couple minutes.
All right.
And then I left it because it's like, I wonder, do these things draw any sort of audience now? Because it was on Fox Sunday night primetime, so obviously they thought it did. But it bumped The Simpsons.
No. What?
Yes.
Okay. Not down with that.
Well, you know,
but-
we're in that time of year where they just kind of stick things into the schedule because they're wrapping up the year.
Yep. In September, ABC announced that the new host of The Bachelor would be Jesse Palmer, the lead from season 5 of the show. And according to People, Bachelor in Paradise favorite Wells Adams said he was happy for Palmer, but, quote, a little bit sad that it wasn't him.
I love you, but not a lot.
Yeah, not a lot. He's a little bit sad that it wasn't him.
I want to be that.
Yeah, and that's all that I
I
have.
am not that.
No.
He is, I believe he's the guy who's dating the oldest daughter from Modern Family.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe they're a thing. Wells is.
Wells is.
The entertainment legend Wells.
Wells Adams, yeah.
Yes.
All right, and then one last story. Following a controversial profile of Succession star Jeremy Strong, released by The New Yorker last week, Anne Hathaway has come to the actor's defense. According to E! News, Hathaway posted a black and white photo of Strong to her Instagram on Saturday. And wrote, as the week ends, I would like to send some love to Jeremy Strong, who I'm lucky enough to have worked with twice and who I am proud to consider a friend. I deeply value his qualities of thoughtfulness, sincerity, authenticity, sweetness, depth, kindness, generosity, as well as his powerful intelligence and extraordinary sensitivity.
So it was a hit piece on him? Because I saw...
I don't know.
All right,
I think the gist of it is that they're saying that he is playing what is essentially a comedic role, but doesn't understand that it's comedic. And that's what I got from it. But Case, I didn't read the article, so I don't know. But that's what they were saying.
But his role in Succession is comedic?
He's playing it right.
I don't watch
me.
Succession, and I don't. Yeah,
it's a great show.
Yeah, but it's not remotely a comedy. I mean, there are funny moments in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, but whoever was commenting on him said, almost as if he didn't get his role on Succession.
Okay.
So you guys can speak to it better.
Yeah, I'm in the woods on that one. I
I'm
have
too
no
busy
idea.
watching Bachelor.
All right, we're ready for clips, y'all. So a gangster schemes to become the top dog in the Mexican underworld and winds up making enemies of rival cartels and allies in American Sicario. And in this clip, Felipe A. Haddad talks about what drew him to the film. Here we go.
To be perfectly honest, I think that it's because I'm Mexican myself. I thought first and foremost that it was something that I could play well, and then I find somehow, fascinating how this person and I had so many things in common. We're both very passionate and, we do what we do out of passion. So I found that to be very interesting and very calling for me as an actor.
American Sicario is in theaters today, by the way. Here's the next clip. In the Tender Bar, a 9-year-old in 1972 New York falls under his uncle's care and, as he grows older, wants to fulfill his dream of becoming a writer. And here, George Clooney recalls the difficulties he faced directing this movie during COVID.
Everything gets doubled and tripled. Like if you were going to bring the crew to the set, you put 10 people in a van. Now you can put 2 in a van. So that gets you, 6 more vans. So everything was slower and was harder to do. Hard to talk to actors when you're wearing a shield and a mask. All of that was tricky, but we get through it.
Pow, 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 pow.
Kaboomba! The Tender Bar is available on Amazon Video this Friday, by the way. And there you go, your entertainment report.
Kaboomba, everyone.
Kaboomba. Kaboomba to you.
That's
Kaboomba, my lord.
Pierre replicating a gunfight.
Yeah, that's...
Pow, 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 pow. Kaboomba!
There's one more sound at the end that got cut off. Yeah, that's it.
Simon,
Oh,
two.
that was
No,
part
no,
of
no.
it?
Yeah,
That's not
the-
it.
Yeah, that's it.
No.
Ha comes directly after that.
It's a hoot, not a hot.
Okay.
It's more of a hoot than a hat.
There's hoots and hots. Or that's a plat.
Maybe it is.
Plaque. All right. Nonetheless, we could sit here and debate this all day
could,
long.
yeah.
But we need to take a break. We're going to do that.
Absolutely.
We have some guests on the program. Adam Ferrara will be joining us. He is going to be at, you'll be laughing like that at Parks Casino on Thursday night while he's there. And we'll also have actor Alan Alda on the program, too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us on this Monday morning.
So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness though drops dramatically after like third or fourth season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She's got just a wonderful beaver.
Jesus Christ. Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver. She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys. something later.
Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay.
Jot that
I'm
down.
writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pick.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But do you know? We don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for
and paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerk Off throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or her friends.
Julie Jerk Off.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
and then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit, and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff,
dude. She's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you couldn't even
hear.
You're so excited, and your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God!
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure,
absolutely,
there'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize, anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. Like, I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. That's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what he says. You pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, so I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick, I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking, you're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
So.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse Duplantis. Thank you for tuning in to This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004 where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This way I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
It's got a
in God.
transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
Okay.
Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say
This is what I believe. This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh! That's it. That's the dilemma.
Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
This
is honestly the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. I know it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity.
Yeah.
The absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
Down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
Yeah. You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face with all your might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't
This
mind
is
riding along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how. That's akin to saying "open sesame." When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you that jet door opened right up.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on two. 80 years old, died on Saturday.
She had she had, at a point, it was almost like Harry Potter before Harry Potter, like J.K. Rowling sort of level.
Very much so.
I mean, ravenous fans of her books.
I was in New Orleans in the 90s for a radio convention, and there was an Anne Rice tour you could take of New Orleans, of areas that I guess were inspired for some of the books or something like that,
right,
where she lived and everything.
Lestat and all that.
Yeah, so she was extremely popular. And what I didn't know is that Interview with the Vampire came out in 1976. I thought it was much later than that.
Yeah, I would have pegged it late, 80s.
Yeah. So, she was 80 years old. It was complications from a stroke that she had. So that was sad news. And in fact, they're going to have a private ceremony at a family mausoleum in New Orleans, and
that sort of seems fitting for her, right?
Yeah, well, that's the way they bury them.
I know,
above ground. An undisclosed date, and then they're going to have a public celebration of life sometime next year, which I'm sure will be a big event in New Orleans. So it was sad news to see that, but happy news. I got this email real quick. I'd like to pass this along. This is from listener Roy Orr. He wrote Gadzooks. Tonight, my 1-year-old daughter started choking on cheese from a quesadilla. I immediately flipped her on my arm and hit the crap out of her on her back. She spit the cheese up as well as some mucus and was instantly fine. And I knew what to do because of your discussion a few weeks ago. Wow. And everyone was amazed at how quick and efficient I handled the situation, and I gave you guys the credit.
Wow.
I've been listening to you since high school, back in the Y100 days, and not only are you entertaining, but you provide sound life tips as well. Please give a shout out to yourselves. Love you, bitches. And by the way, the beginning of the email, Kathy, started, it says, to the tune of Chicken Pot Pie, it says, tuna lady. So thank you, Roy. He wants to give us a shout out, and I said, hey, great work. I said it's terrifying because both now Casey and I have experienced that with one of our children, and it's nothing you want to go through, but I'm glad that it turned out the right way.
Now, I know the Mad Rush is going to be to give us all awards.
Yeah, right.
And we want to say, don't worry about it. Just knowing that we saved a life is enough.
Let me ask you a question about that, Press, because, and I don't want to use this term, too loosely here, but did you suffer any PTSD from that?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Certainly. Absolutely.
Okay.
So I from time to time still will think back about that moment.
Okay.
And how, if it didn't go that way, how scary it was, B, how it could have been, how things could have turned out. And as small of a moment as that was, and not quite as traumatic as it could have been, makes you wonder about people who have experienced some really, really, really traumatic things and how it can come back like that.
Right.
That sensation can happen in an instant.
Yeah, because at dinner last night, Seamus just made a move, and I immediately turned to my left, do I need to do this again?
Right.
Right. And Steve, when you had passed out, I had suffered, and I hate to say PTSD, but I don't know what else it is.
No, just stress.
But when,
so labor pains.
Labor pains. So
I know what you're saying. It can come back to you very vividly. At a moment's notice. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. So sometimes you'll sway out of my field of vision. And after you had passed out on the air, anytime you kind of would go a little bit out of I thought something bad was about to happen.
No, I appreciate that. I'm usually just using my spittoon.
Ding.
Well, that was my thing.
I've always wanted to be able to do that, where you could spit at something across the way and eventually go ding, ding. All right. I saw this story is pretty damn cool, and I had to double take on it.
You wanted us to hear this
to see if it was legit or not. But for those of you who use glasses on a regular basis, maybe more specifically reading glasses, a new eye drop that came out this past Thursday could be a game changer for millions of aging Americans who struggle to see up close. According to Tony Wright, one of the 750 participants in a clinical trial to test the drops, he said it is a life changer. So it's called Vuity, Vuity.
Vuity.
And the first eye drop for sharpening near vision. It hit the market this week after the Food and Drug Administration approved it in October. The new medicine is meant to be used once a day and can improve vision for up to 6 hours at a time. So the eye drops will work best for people between the ages of 40 and 55, although it can go in either direction beyond that a bit.
I might need the industrial dose.
A spokesperson said the age group comprised 2 clinical trials and is most likely to notice the onset of near vision loss. It's called, by the way, presbyopia.
Wow.
Presbyopia.
That would be your double live album.
Or maybe it's presbyopia.
Your concept album, Presbyopia.
Or age-related blurred near vision, typically presbyopia. It's a concept album.
It's perfect. We just have to build the concept.
Typically, it sets in after age 40, according to the American Optometric Association. Around 1.8 billion people around the world has presbyopia.
So for about 6-7 hours, you put this in, and it will alleviate. Now, I assume if you have
you won't need glasses.
What about if you have like a really radical, or not radical, but a really substantial sight issue?
It might be different.
Yeah.
But if it's if you need to put your glasses on to read, you probably won't have to do this when you use these eye drops.
So when I have the glasses on here, like my eyesight's actually pretty damn good. The one difference is looking. When I have very small. Little templates
Testicles.
here, right? Very small testicles, templates here that have small little things written on them. And looking up and down, I kept having to put on those readers if I really wanted to get a good vision of what I was seeing here. And that's the only thing. So I think for someone who's probably seeing, now, Kathy, you wear contacts.
I wear contacts all the time.
And your vision's pretty bad, right?
Yeah, I would imagine that something like this isn't going to work for me.
Probably not.
Is this available now?
It came out on Thursday.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's not covered by insurance right now, so it's expentive.
Okay. Does it say how expensive?
I think it's
like $1 billion.
Like $1 billion. All right. It costs about $80 a month.
All right, because I honestly, I think like this is in my wheelhouse, Steve. I think I'm about the same as you because my vision, I can read what's on the board outside there, no problem. But if I were to stand in your position and look down at what is written in front of you, I would not be able to read that either.
Right.
And I have an appointment to get glasses in 3 weeks because I'm way overdue. I'm 46 years old, but this age group is where I am, and like it's just the reading stuff.
That might be kind of cool.
Yeah, I'd love to give this a shot.
So for this group, Vuity offers a potential alternative to reading glasses. The eye drops might be easier to keep track of. They're pricey, like I said, $80 for a 30-day supply.
Well,
and it's from AbbVie, by the way, the pharmaceutical giant.
okay.
Yeah, they're local, right?
I don't know if they're local, but I'm just familiar with the.
I thought they have
the company
campuses around here.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I went out to dinner on Saturday night, and I always forget to bring my glasses when I go out to dinner.
You can't see without your glasses.
Usually, if you're going to eat in a restaurant, the lights are dim, and the
Can't see the menu.
and the font on the menu is small.
I'm turning into such an old man because I got the light on. I'm zooming in. I'm like taking pictures of the check so that I can fill out the tip properly.
Let me get my tip calculator,
Oh my God!
please.
Well, I can calculate. Okay.
Percent.
I just can't see.
Yeah, it is one of those deals because again, like I sit right in the good. My eyesight is pretty linear, pretty good. Yeah. But in certain situations, like I leave them on now, so I can see the small writing on the template and look up at you without having you appear blurry because I have stupid readers on.
Last night, so my son, his Latin midterm is today. Yeah, he has to take Latin, and I was helping him study, and then at a certain point last night, the sun went down, and he was like, "Okay, I'm ready for this page," and I'm like, "You need to do two things: go get me my glasses, and then turn that light on because I can't see anything right now."
Do you know what I hate when? And by the way, speaking of menus, when they get all creative and they'll put a different colored font on top of an unsupportive background color, and you're like, "What in the F does this say?"
So here's how this medicine.
Do you have chicken fingers?
This is how this medicine works. It causes the pupil to constrict, which naturally allows the eyes to focus at different ranges, about 15 minutes. After administering one drop in each eye, participants in clinical trials could see 3 additional lines on a reading chart. So going that much smaller. The drops are not meant to be used for night driving, although they worked in low-light conditions for at least 3 hours after application in the trials.
Do any of you have troubles night driving?
I don't have trouble night driving, but I get big time the halo around the lights.
Okay.
So and it'll start right as soon as it starts to get a little bit dark.
Side effects detected during the 3-month trial period include headaches and red eyes, and some users had difficulty adjusting their focus between near and far objects. But those are side effects.
Any issues with flatulence?
No.
Okay.
Extreme flatulence is not a side effect.
How does that even happen with eye drops?
So can Mike call this prescription in, or
you don't need a prescription? I don't think. Oh, you know what, Casey? Let me back up on that. I don't know, and I'm not sure if. Yeah, you know what? In fact, I think you do need a prescription.
You guys want to split this 4 ways just to try it out?
Well, you guys have at it. I'm out of the range of effectiveness. And besides, I'd want to go for the version the XL version that allows you to have eyes like a Cyclops.
Okay.
I still struggle with eye drops. Like, anytime.
Landing them in?
Yeah. I'll blink. As soon as
there's a
drop.
There's a secret.
That in my teens.
What you do is you fill up a children's wading pool and stick your head in and open up your eyes.
No, when I used to use a lot of Visine back in the day, that's what I mean. I developed a nice. And what you do is you just take the dropper, you just put it in the corner of your eye, you drop it into the corner of your eye, and then you turn your head, and then the Visine or whatever goes into your eyeball.
Do you know what I do? When I'm doing it, I make sure that the spigot or the spout or whatever the hell you call it is I can feel it on my top eyelash. And then that's when I know it's sort of over the target.
All right.
Yeah. But like Casey said, if you just literally touch it to the corner here where it's not that sensitive,
it works.
You can drop it in.
What if you jam it into the eyeball?
Not a good
What if you force it up through your rectum?
Go for it.
Okay.
I'd like to try it. The doctor is in, by the way. Oh. Yeah, we're getting a call, of course, from Fox 29 and Penn Medicine and our personal doctors. Dr. Mike Sirigliano is joining us this morning. Dr. Mike, good day, sir.
I heard my name. Steve, you're such a Batman guy. It's like, you put the Batman signal up there, and
you respond.
Yeah.
I'd say your response time's better than Batman, but go ahead.
Well, anyway. Yeah. So it's pilocarpine. That's the chemical name of this drug. Oh. And what it does is it helps the eye decrease the size of the pupil, and that's what they think allows you to be able to see better, especially after the age of 40. And this is something that may be very, very useful to people. Like you said, Preston, it's $80 a month but you do need a prescription, and basically that's the way it works. Now, it's new, and not being an eye doctor, being a general internist, my advice would be to make sure that there's no contraindications, no reasons not to use it.
Right.
I want to know if it's okay with glaucoma and things like that, but the bottom line is it seems like it could be very, very interesting.
Now, would you prescribe this, or do we need to go to an eye doctor to get it prescribed?
Well, no, I can prescribe it.
I want to try it.
The thing is...
You want to try it?
Yeah, for sure.
Huh.
Yeah.
But again, I think that just like if, even with birth control, I make sure that people have
a
good gynecologist and make sure that everything's appropriate. That's the way I do.
Preston's wanting to know, can he put birth control in his eyes?
Right.
Who knows?
So should
maybe someday.
I want to do this. I want to do this as soon as possible because I'm tired.
Will you do it live on the air?
I'm sick and tired of wearing glasses.
Here's what we'll do. We'll do it live on the air, and we'll have you do a knife throwing act with Kathy.
All right, I like that.
But this is how different we are. I'm thinking to myself, there is not a chance in hell I would try this.
Really?
No. I needs to be out for like 10 plus years for me to know what the long-term side effects are.
Kathy just had her first aspirin.
So should I? What do you recommend, Dr. Mike? I give you permission to speak about my medical condition. Blah 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 blah.
Well,
what should we do to get me to try this? Do I need to go to my? Would you prefer me to go to my eye doctor first?
Well, I would like to have you see your eye doctor. Make sure that we're doing the right thing. I don't think people should just go out and ask their doctors to do this without an eye professional. I guess that's the best way to put this. And if it is the right thing and it looks good and there's no contraindications, go for it.
Okay. All right. I'll do that. You know what? I want to ask you a bit. I'm sorry to interrupt, Dr. Mike, but you know what? Years ago, there used to not be TV commercials for prescription medications, and they started happening, and I was always like, why are they advertising that? And so therefore you would end up prompting your doctor, hey, what about this I saw on TV? What about this prescription? Now it's commonplace. You see them all day long, every day.
The other day I saw a commercial, Mr. Whipple, don't squeeze the birth control.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your patients coming to you inquiring about medications?
Well, I always quote the famous Cy Sims, who's no longer here, an educated consumer is my best customer. So I encourage people to call me and say, look, I heard about this, I did this, and let's talk about it. And truly, it's my honor to be able to discuss with my patients, say, look, let's look at the data. And one thing I teach medical students here at Penn is you always validate. So if someone says, look, I want to take hemlock, all right, well, let's look at the data and see if it's the right thing or not. And I know many of you have called me over the years asking about a particular thing, and let's talk about it. And if there's data and it looks like the right thing to do, then you do it. But I always say this, in God we trust, and everyone else, show me the data.
There we go. Yeah, exactly.
That's from Jerry Maguire.
Absolutely.
Right?
Show me the data.
I remember that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you shop at Sims? Because you just quoted Cy Sims. Was that a place where you went frequently?
I used to go there, yes.
Yeah. Which one did you go to? I went to the one in Paoli.
That's the one I went to.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's where I used to get all my birth control.
What is
And he
Cy
sold
Sims?
suits.
Yeah, Sims was like a discount store, and and it was like a roller rink at one point, and then it became this.
Well, Cy Sims himself was a clothier,
no,
right?
it was a roller rink that got converted into a Sims, and I just I didn't expect you to quote Cy Sims this morning, Mike, and it threw me off a little.
Oh well, I quote a lot of people, like
Crazy Eddie,
like Jesse Ventura.
Uh-huh.
I ain't got time to bleed. I like quotations.
Man, he sounds so tough
we
there.
do quotations all the time.
I got a little bit scared.
I ain't got time to bleed.
Yeah.
What about Gerardo?
So listen, some of you need to come in.
I know. Yeah, I got to come in. I got to get my second shingles vaccine.
I don't know why I'm not chomping at the bit after having back-to-back colonoscopies, but I'll come on in.
Well, I'm not going to mess down there, but you have there's other parts.
I know.
Dr. Mike, I'm good for like 25 years now, I think.
Oh, my God, Kathy. Holy
Steve,
cow.
You can write a book on Romano.
Yes, Kathy.
We've seen each other so much.
I know. I miss it. I'm going through Kathy withdrawal.
All right.
But I love you, Kathy, and I'm so happy.
I love you, too.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right.
Good.
Love you, Dr. Mike.
Love you.
Thank you, Dr. Mike Srigliano.
Love you.
29 and Penn Medicine, of course. I thought that was pretty cool, man. So
That is cool, man.
Yeah, we'll see if that ends up how legit that is, but I'll try that out in a heartbeat. So you know what? I'll make an appointment with my eye doctor. And
I'm interested to see if it works.
With Dr. Mike, on someone else, right?
On someone else who's willing to try it.
I am. I'll step up. Absolutely. That sounds good to me. There was another, if you guys don't mind, another quick story, and it's more mental health related rather than physical health. But I saw this term I've never heard of before. You guys, and apparently it's on TikTok. It's something that's been discussed on there before, and I don't have TikTok, so I do. I just don't use it. But it's called main character syndrome. You guys ever heard of this?
No.
No.
So experts say main character syndrome is usually a response to feeling out of control in one's life. So having main character energy typically means someone sees the people in their life as supporting actors in their movie.
So I've seen this, and this is okay. I've seen it described different ways. There's sort of a I guess a narcissism, not like you're egomaniacal, but that to that point, Preston, everyone around you is a supporting player in your life.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and it's how I feel. So if you want to call me a narcissist, go right ahead.
Yeah.
But the character of Carrie is generally regarded in popular culture. Carrie Bradshaw is the main character in more ways than one. A self-centered, entitled person whose life needs to be the center of her friends' attention. I don't feel that way, but I do feel that my life is... Yeah, I'm the main character.
Well, here's the deal. Who's experiencing your life more than you are?
Yes.
A, that's your point of reference. B, you don't think you're the only person on Earth. But, I mean, where are you spending most of your time? In you.
In me, with me, thinking about me.
I think it's part of the deal. But if it runs away from you and you think that everyone else is subordinate to what your desires are all the time, then I think that can be a problem.
Yep. So according to Kate Rosenblatt, therapist and senior clinical manager at Talkspace, said main character syndrome refers to identifying as the protagonist in your own life story While main character syndrome isn't an actual mental health diagnosis, it is generally defined in pop culture and on TikTok as someone who is self-centered, believes that people around them live to support them, and views themselves as the main character of their life. So according to Rosenblatt and other experts, there are 3 key red flags that can tell you inadvertently if you are the carry of your group.
Oh, man, there's somebody over at HBO Max paid for this this survey.
Well, I don't know. Who knows? So everything is about you and your problems. So that's red flag number 1. Surefire way to tell if you have main character syndrome is taking a second to reflect on your relationship with people. If you see yourself as the center of attention and them as the supporting roles, you might be exuding some main character energy. A person with main character syndrome often thinks or sees themselves as someone that they imagine or want to be like, or is pretending to be the lead of their own story or self-created tale. That main character mentally can come with a sense of entitlement that leaves little room for them to provide emotional support to the people in their lives.
Yeah, I don't like that, but all of us are susceptible to it occasionally.
Sure.
Getting what we used to call being inside your own head.
Yeah.
Not seeing outside what everything is doing to you or affecting you, and realizing that other people are experiencing similar things, and that's where you can fall into a problem.
Here's another one that says you frame yourself and your life as perfect. Well, I definitely don't do that. But I guess this is maybe I have a lighter version of this.
Okay.
You know, I mean, I guess if this is saying
schizophrenia,
that you're perfect, maybe it is. Maybe there's a few things going on in there.
My name is Reginald.
People with main character syndrome can often present a false image of themselves online to sell the plot of their fictional movie.
Yeah.
They present their life through rose-colored lenses and make it more positive than it actually is. So they're talking about social media.
That's a ton of social media.
Oh, my God, yes.
The social media, for all intents and purposes, is predicated on this, I submit to you.
I agree. The risk here is that the person with main character syndrome may be so controlling over their image that they lash out at anyone who contradicts it or cuts people out of their lives. So you don't like criticism.
Oh.
Yeah.
It sounds similar, but it's different too. People that deal with like a Truman Show type syndrome,
Right. That
which
is
is also, that happens.
That's real. People believe, and people believe they're in some sort of show or movie.
Which is, on some levels, a bit of narcissism to think that, but it's also a little delusional. You know,
It's also paranoia, too.
Not unless you can sell commercial time.
Yeah.
Right. And then the last indicator on this list, you feel out of control in your everyday life, so you try to take the reins back as the main character. Main characters try to fictionalize their lives through validation from others because their life isn't nearly as perfect as it seems. It's something to take stock of to make sure that you're not overwhelming your friends, but this isn't the worst thing. In fact, they note some signs someone may have main character syndrome is being seen as a positive thing. When you view yourself as having agency over your life,
yes,
and that your life and choices are often really up to you, this can feel powerful and can ultimately contribute to enhanced self-worth, self-esteem, and self-confidence.
So it's simultaneously the worst thing and the greatest thing you can possibly have.
So I see that part of it as you feel a little bit out of control of your everyday life.
Right? There's a general sense of confidence.
But I'd never heard of that term before, and I was intrigued by it.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, yeah. And when I started to do a little self-analysis, I'm like, yeah, I'm the main character in my story.
Yeah.
And the next video
Everybody
after
is,
this was
right?
running up orange crates.
Right. Yes. Oh my God. Thank God that ended quickly. But I thought that was kind of a strange little thing to take stock in. Okay. Anyway, thought I'd pass that along. What else? There was something else I wanted. Oh, yeah. And it's more of a physical thing. But actor Dax Shepard,
yes,
apparently just got over 50 hours of hiccups.
50 hours.
And
did you watch the video? I sent over a video this morning.
I did, but I watched just a short clip of it. I didn't get a chance to see the whole thing.
These aren't like full,
No.
but they're like
yeah, they're hitches.
Yes.
Oh, that's annoying.
Very annoying. And I've never gone on like an all day long thing, but I've had stretches where it's like, oh Jesus, come on, man.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Like this isn't stopping right now.
50 hours.
And so we probably should have had Dr. Mike back on. I should have brought that up while he was on. But essentially it's a diaphragmatic muscle spasm.
That's what. Yeah, right.
Of sorts, right?
Did you get them, or do you get them when you have consumed a certain amount of alcoholic beverages?
No.
Okay. That was a common thing for me.
Oh, really?
You'd start hiccuping?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, I was at an establishment one time where the bartender there actually had a remedy for it, and it was like bitters and lemon and sugar or something like that. I can't remember exactly what
Did it work?
was. It did.
Really?
It really
Gotta
did.
love your bartenders.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because I guess it is a common thing for people who are drinking.
Marissa?
All right, so I've heard the bartender cure, and then I just came across one a few weeks ago where my friends, we'd have to get this right, drink a full glass of water, but have somebody cover up your nostrils and your ears, and so cover all the holes.
What, waterboard you?
Yeah, right.
But like drink it through a straw. So you're drinking that, and then cover your nostrils and your ear holes.
So you can pinch your own nostril while drinking, but you need them to stick their fingers in your ears?
Or Connor, can you grab that? It's Dr. Mike calling. Or you can like put like one like.
Well, what do you do with
tips
your
of
butt?
Fingers in your nostrils, and then use your
Yeah,
thumbs.
there's a couple other holes we're forgetting
Yeah,
about.
what about your butthole?
No, just your face holes.
On your face.
Oh, just your face holes.
But any place air can escape from.
And then drink all the water, and then there's no air going in.
So wait a minute. Where were you putting your fingers? Where were you doing?
So like use your pointer fingers to put them in your nostrils like this, and then use your thumbs in your ears.
Excuse
and
me
then
for
drink the water.
Excuse me for being indelicate, but what about your lady
How are
opening?
you guys confused by this?
Why is
Just
this so
cover
hard?
the holes.
Pointer fingers in your nostrils.
yeah, but you can't do this by yourself.
Sure
No.
you can. She's saying drink out of a straw.
Oh, out of a straw. I
Yeah,
didn't
pointer
hear that
fingers
part.
in your nostrils, thumbs in your ears, drink through a straw.
You know where
and
to
it
put
went
the
away.
cork.
Nice. Hang on, I'm going to try that. Thumbs in. Where do your thumbs go?
Thumbs in your ears.
I'd take my headphones
With your
off. I can't
index
hear it.
fingers.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Okay.
First your
I see
nose.
that. I got you.
All right.
And then drink all the water, and then it goes away.
All right. Dr. Mike is back on business on call. Dr. Mike.
I got a guy naked who's freezing his balls off because of you guys.
Well, so,
Look,
why did you tell him to come in from the waiting room? And
hiccups, syngultus. It's an irritation of the diaphragmatic nerve there, the phrenic nerve. And so what you need to do is you need to chew granulated sugar. You want to stimulate the back of your oropharynx, the back of your throat. And if you chew like sugar in the raw, that kind of thing,
Yeah.
if you do that, that will take care of it. Now, if it doesn't go away, and if I had a patient that had 50 hours of this, you want to make sure there's nothing anatomic going on. So, that would require further workup. But the bottom line is that for simple hiccups or syngultus, that's what you do. And you just stimulate the back of your throat.
So chew granulated sugar.
Well, Dr. Mike, do any of these other remedies that people talk about, did
I
they
never
work?
heard of sticking. What the hell is she talking about? Sticking fingers in your ears and all that, in your nose. Forget it.
Nothing. That wouldn't work.
I love you, Marissa, but what the hell? I mean.
So,
I never heard of that.
You never heard of that?
No, you do you have to stimulate the back of your oropharynx.
All right.
That's what you do. Although I would love to see you do that, Marissa. That would be fun.
Okay. Well, she's swearing by it.
Go tend to the naked man.
Whatever.
Yeah,
All
the
right.
guy in his freezing balls.
Yeah.
All right, Dr.
All right,
Mike.
I'll see you. Love you.
Love you. Okay, so stimulate the back of your throat. Kathy, you want to demonstrate that for us again? Well, okay. So I've heard the sugar thing before, but I had no idea that there is medical validity in that. So it stimulates some kind of thing back there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something. I don't know, but that works. If that makes, I'm not prone to hiccups a lot, so it's nothing I'll remember.
Casey, the bitters thing. Maybe there's some
in the back of the throat.
Truth to that. Yeah. If Dr. Mike is talking about something that a flavor that can cause.
Yeah, Connor brought up a graphic that explained it all.
All right, yeah, I want to go back to that if you can. But he's answering the phones right now, so a few people are going to call in. I would imagine there's, they have the people that have gone for like weeks.
Yes.
With hiccups and
or yawning.
I don't know how the hell you sleep.
Yep.
Yeah. If that's going on. Hang on a second here. Colloquially known as the bartender's hiccup cure, the remedy works like this: douse a lemon slice or wedge with several drops of Anastorga bitters. And either eat it or chew on it for a minute. So if you can't stomach the bitter taste, you can add a sprinkle of sugar. Huh. Okay, so it's similar to what Dr. Mike was saying. But hang on a second. Somebody wants to defend Marissa's method. Caroline, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, how are you? Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. What's up, Caroline?
Okay, I just wanted to say that Marissa's does work because I do it all the time. You stick your thumbs in your ears, you pinch your nose with your pointer fingers, and I actually can pick up a glass of water with my pinky and my ring fingers, and I'll drink it, and they go away just like that.
Really?
It works.
And that eliminates it. Do you get bad hiccups?
What's that?
Do you get bad hiccups?
Do I get bad hiccups?
Yeah.
But if I ever get hiccups, it works.
Okay,
I tell
all right.
people to do it.
I'm impressed with the pinky thing. that
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
pick
yeah.
up the cup with your pinkies. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Full German beer stein.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works.
That's pretty much. All right.
Thank you,
All right, cool,
Caroline.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Never heard of that.
And then we'll go to Kate. Katie has a surefire work. Katie, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks. My
Gadzooks.
favorite
Katie.
people in the world.
Ah, that's awesome.
So what's your cure?
My cure, I've had hiccups since I was 12 years old, and it's not just from drinking. It's from eating too much or not eating at all.
Right.
Surefire way, and anybody can do it. No medical, no fingers, anything. You just take a sip of water in your mouth and just tilt your head forward, almost to your head is like level or almost like you're going to tumble over.
Okay.
Just as forward as you can, and just swallow. And just bring yourself up and breathe normally, and they are gone. I guarantee. That's the way it's done.
I've heard of drinking out of like the other side of a glass, because you have to lean your head forward like this. And
Isn't that the
that's
bottom of the
similar.
glass, though?
That's similar. That's no, not that side of the glass.
I've done that too, and and it didn't work. And then I was like, this is crazy. Let me try this, and I did that, and I guarantee you, it worked.
I turned the glass over and tried to drink out of it. It wouldn't work.
Thank you, Katie.
Now I get you.
Let me go to another Katie. Katie, part 2. Hi, you're on the air. Good morning, Katie.
Hi, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, so you have a long history
Hiccups?
with hiccups.
Yes, so I've had hiccups since I was 12, daily, and I'm 35 now.
Wow.
Daily hiccups. And how long does this daily bout of hiccups last?
It's odd. So, it goes sporadically throughout the day, but if I get in a laughing stint, I sound like a donkey. It's terrible. It's just something that I've done. I don't know why, other than a spastic diaphragm.
How long do they last, Katie?
I mean, sometimes they could last a few minutes, but I could do them at least one every hour to 2 hours. It depends on the day. Yeah.
No kidding. Okay. And do you ever
sounds like a ninja.
You ever sound like a ninja?
It's like hiya. Yeah.
Hiya.
It's kind of what it sounds like. That's what people mock it as.
Can you will them to come on? Like, could you have that happen right now?
I really wish I could for you
Okay.
guys.
All right.
I really wish I could. I'm a little nervous just being on the air as is. So
Well,
I'm wondering if
you're doing great.
Come up.
I don't want to make you feel challenged, but we did have someone who could queef on command. So that was remember that?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
She blew candles out.
Yeah, she blew candles out. Yeah.
Katie, so have you ever consulted a doctor about this?
No, not when I did once, and they were like, "You have a spastic diaphragm," and I was like, "All right."
Okay.
Okay, so if it's not impacting that much, it's just it's a unique thing to talk about.
Show them the queefing trick. That'll impress them.
No, that's not me.
All right, thank you, Katie. Appreciate it.
That's your other patient.
Let me go over to Lisa. Interesting idea here. Hi, Lisa. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Lisa. So, what do you do when somebody has the hiccups? I believe it says here.
Yeah, so you ask them what swims in the ocean.
Ask
And
them what
typical
swims. Ask them what swims in the ocean.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And most of the time the response is fish, or sometimes you get random shark. Whatever answer they give you, as soon as they answer, you say, now you're not going to have hiccups anymore. And I think it gives your brain enough time to kind of stop thinking about the spastic motion of hiccuping. But
Okay.
It works
So,
often.
in a weird sense, I kind of know what you're saying. So my sister would do this thing if you were about to sneeze. You're making that pre-sneeze face. Right. She would go coconuts.
Right.
She would say coconuts, and the person would stop and go, "What?" And they wouldn't sneeze. Because it kind of throws you. Jeez, oh my God.
Coconut milk.
She would say this whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, very
Boiled coconut.
I hate coconuts.
What were you saying, Lisa?
I was just laughing.
Okay.
Well, there's an aspect to both that's slightly mental. So if you throw off the mental aspect of the hiccups and or the sneeze, maybe it can prevent you from doing one of those things. Like the asking about the fish in the sea. I've never heard that.
Would that work for a heart attack?
Yes, it would.
What swims in the sea?
It stops cardiac. It stops cardiac.
What swims in the like fishes do? Oh,
you should be good now.
You fixed it.
You've cured me. All right. Well, Dak Shepard had him for 50 hours,
That's
and eventually it ended for him. So that can drive you insane.
Absolutely. And the people you're with.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we're going to take a break. We have Bizarre File stories coming up when we return. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets to the Christmas Miracle. It's a week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
A week from tomorrow at Parks Casino. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us. Pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
and
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it out.
Your pod is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you can
I just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2 on Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before? Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
over the ear,
over your ear.
Yeah,
you're fine.
They're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe
Preston-
you should
so
let
Preston-
Steve stretch them out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice! She almost
fell on her ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today.
Wow.
And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, I mean, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
He's
all right.
He's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20. At least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I get this, Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh, my God. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
It's going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the day.
There we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner
Yes.
has 6 kids, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlin, huh? Thought you'd be bigger. I mean, no cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my
There you go.
God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out? Okay.
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's
Yes.
no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little. What is this from, though?
It's a spoof.
It's a
It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. This it is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what? Casey, it was.
I knew it.
It was
I
real.
knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartzen is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
A lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
This goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand-up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand-up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing like 22 years, which is insane." And a lot of people just know me from movies, so it's kind of a bonus when they're like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, "Oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh,
this is a whole other
crazy."
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Oh, all right.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was
exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, "Oh, it's this kid." And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, "Who is this dude?" And a lot of the younger guys were like, "Oh, that's this kid Nick Swartzen. That was my first special." And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I love them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he like called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, "Yeah, you." So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
there's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "All right, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." And I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts.
Yes.
And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets.
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish.
Gay.
It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats, because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you want to buy?
Insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an
Who
interview?
grabbed the
I
piece of
probably did,
information?
but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it.
Yeah, you know the second you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do, because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It's like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and Yeah, I just end up killing my mom and eating her. And
Okay,
I just want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute
All right.
antithesis
The love
of
of bats
bat
is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who said
It
that.
was when you were in Austin for your third time. It says, why do you keep coming back? And you said, I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy,
Yeah.
by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean,
Okay.
I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not
$100 and have a little holiday fun at the same time by creating a gingerbread creation. We did the Preston and Steve Gingerbread Studio Contest.
Yes.
And it's WMMR Studios, Preston and Steve Studios, whatever you want it to be. We got our first submission with an interesting interpretation of this contest.
Yeah.
That doesn't quite hit the mark exactly, but we appreciate your submitting something.
Wait, did you see it?
I did.
Okay.
And so they're in the running.
Yeah.
They're in the running.
However you interpret a radio studio.
It's got nothing to do with the radio studio at all, but nonetheless.
But right now they're winning.
I guess so. So anyhow, we need you to use your creativity and get us in something that's really cool or whatever you want to do.
We'll see a couple of them, and because you were spurred on by the what was it Miller
High Life?
Miller High Life, and they had a dive bar gingerbread house, which was awesome.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going for. And anyhow, you have until a week from tomorrow. That is so when we're doing the Christmas Miracle, that's the deadline on this. So
yes.
You got to get on that and get us some good submissions. That'd be great. We'd appreciate it. Right. All right, we have a guest standing by. We're going to do the Bizarre File first.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Wawa, your one-stop shop for all gift cards from Wawa Gift Cards, Wawa e-gift cards, or a gift card from your favorite brand. Wawa has a gift card for anyone on your list. Well, a woman trying to order Wendy's in the drive-thru began shooting when the fast food chain took too long, police in Ohio said. A uniformed officer in a marked police car was working on an off-duty assignment behind the Wendy's when she heard 3 to 4 very close, distinct gunshots. And as she began driving toward Wendy's, she reported seeing a driver in a silver Chevrolet flee from the area. The police said, from our understanding, she was upset with her order. She felt it was taking too long, and she had some choice words for the staff. The manager heard her swearing at the staff members, and he then told her that she would not be served and to leave the lane. She was upset with that, and then she fired 3 rounds. After the shooting, the manager
come back.
Reported the shooter was loud and told him through the speaker, "My order better be mother effing right." Before he told her to leave and to have a nice day. He said that's when the female customer fired a gun, but he didn't witness the shooting as he was inside the restaurant. So she started shooting essentially at the menu, at the speaker.
Poor menu.
Another customer told a similar story as she was behind the silver car. She reported hearing the woman and a Wendy's worker arguing that the food was taking too long and how her order better be correct. Customer says she heard the employee say, "Have a good day," and the woman in the car pulled out a handgun and fired 3 rounds toward the speaker in a Wendy's building. So she shot at the building, too.
Okay. She was upset.
Nobody was injured. They found a bullet hole on the Wendy's sign. 2 officers were alerted to the shooting, arrested the woman after she was spotted in the Chevy Malibu, and she had a handgun with her. But the woman told police that she pulled her gun out after hearing someone else firing shots in the drive-thru.
So for defense.
Yeah, she was a good guy with a gun.
That's the worst kind of situation if you ever get in a drive-thru shootout.
Police say the woman was booked into the county jail on felony charges, including improper handling of a firearm.
You want to know a secret?
What?
It was me all the time.
Complaints about fetid odors emanating from the Acapulco morgue have prompted a no-nonsense response from the facility's director. And what he said was, there are 250 bodies in there. It won't smell like perfume. He's essentially saying, shut up.
Yeah.
A morgue will always smell no matter how clean it is kept. Ben Martinez Villa.
Morgue is going to morgue.
Said after residents of the Resort City's Progreso neighborhood complained. He also said there's no evidence that the smell of cadavers is harmful to human health. He said,
I love it.
Well, he said, we'd all be sick. I've been working in this morgue for more than 30 years. If the smell was harmful, a colleague would have already died by now.
Is there, besides the unpleasantness, is there any risk of smelling decaying corpses?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. He acknowledged that only 3 of the morgue's 5 refrigerated chambers are currently in operation.
Oh, boy.
Because the doors of 2 of them don't close properly. For that reason, 100 bodies were recently transferred to the morgue in Chilpancingo.
So the screen doors aren't holding the odor in.
Overcrowding in the morgues is not just a problem in Guerrero, but across the country. High levels of violent crime in Mexico mean that there is a constant stream of bodies into government-run morgues. But he says, listen, they stink. It's all there is to it. You're just going to have to get used to it. A violent brawl, this is crazy, man, involving dozens of suited-up men broke out inside of a casino in Atlantic City this week.
It was crazy.
I mean, chairs,
yes,
the whole thing.
Heavy chairs.
Police in New Jersey said the fight erupted at Harrah's Resort just before 3 a.m. on Tuesday. At least one person was taken to a nearby hospital to be treated for non-life-threatening injuries sustained in the melee. Footage of the fight shows multiple people being thrown to the floor and punched inside one of the casino's dining areas. At one point, a man in a light-colored suit jacket could be seen striking someone on the floor with a chair. Someone could be seen scrambling away as multiple security guards tried to step in. Hundreds of mortgage lenders and realtors were in Atlantic City at the time for a real estate convention.
Yeah, man. No, it got real, all right.
And it wasn't immediately clear if those involved in the fight were there for the conference or not, but police said that they had already de-escalated by the time they arrived.
Good conference, right, guys?
No arrests were made because no one on the scene wanted to sign a criminal complaint. Nothing happened here, officer. But I mean, it is a crazy-looking brawl.
Aren't you trying to find out what the flashpoint was?
Yeah, what started that?
What set it off?
Yep.
The amount of punches being thrown at people that
don't land?
Well, no, that aren't expecting it is ridiculous.
Yes. Sucker Punch City, yeah.
All right, and then one last story. A man was vaccinated against COVID-19 up to 10 times in one day on behalf of other people. He was doing it for other people to get the cards. This was in Australia, and it prompted an investigation by the Ministry of Health. It's believed that the man, who is understood to have visited several vaccination centers, was paid to get the shots. The ministry would not confirm where the incident took place. Auckland University professor Nikki Turner, medical director of the Immunization Advisory Center, said there was no data on the safety of receiving that many vaccines in one day.
Why, I've never felt better. COVID, I laugh at you.
They probably never even thought to test what it would be like if someone got 10 shots in one day or not, because who would do that?
I can fly!
Yeah, all right, there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we have a guest who's popping on. Very cool event, a very cool program is taking place. We've talked to this gentleman many times over the years, whether it be for the Divine Nine or for Bringing Hope Home, or this program. It's the Adopt a Family Holiday Program, the 11th annual event. Please welcome our friend, Paul Eisenberg, who is on the show with this morning. Paul, good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me on. It's so nice to talk to you.
Absolutely. Great to talk to you. Listen, Bringing Hope Home is a wonderful organization. Is this under the same umbrella, the Adopt a Family?
Correct. So Bringing Hope Home, which we provide emotional and financial support to local families with cancer. We pay household necessity bills for families going through cancer. We've helped over 7,300 families since starting in 2008. And what we do for the Christmas time and the holiday time is we provide Christmas gifts and extra bill payment for families going through a tough time through our Adopt a Family program. It used to be, before COVID, where you would get a family, get a Christmas list, go shopping, wrap the presents, and deliver the presents to that family. But now, because of COVID, our families have told us, they would rather just have the opportunity to buy their own presents for their families. So what you can do is you can go online at bringinghopehome.org, make cash contributions, raise money with your family, with your church, with your school, with your company. And then we send electronic gift cards to the stores that the families have requested, Target, Walmart, Amazon, whatever it is. Then they buy their presents and the presents get sent to them. You get a story of the family of who you helped and you get a connection that way.
Awesome. And how many families do you guys have a chance to help out each season when you do this?
We will help out over 300 families this season through the Adopt a Family program, and we will pay bills for about 700 to 750 families this year because of the great generosity of our donors.
Well, and like time is of the essence right now because Christmas is 12 days away.
Santa Claus is coming.
That's right.
Yeah.
Got to get that in. And also, listen, just on a general level, knowing that your bills are going to be covered in a lot of this stuff, you know, that people don't realize, or at least, and hopefully you don't because you've never been touched by it, but when cancer comes into your situation, and for many people, it can just wipe out their income. It can wipe out everything as they try to battle the disease and save themselves or a loved one. And to know you do not have to worry, or you can worry a little bit less and take a little bit off your plate, means everything. Add into that the necessity of making sure Santa comes. You know, and you guys are just, you know, knocking it out of the park with this. I love this charity and what you guys do.
Thanks, Steve. And what you're so right. I know you've gone through it yourself, but if you get diagnosed with cancer, even with healthcare coverage, your out-of-pocket could be over $10,000 a year. Just to take care of your loved one. And what happens with us is we help any type of person with any type of cancer. That family gets nominated to us by the social worker at the hospital. They just have to live in our area and be in active treatment, and we get copies of the bills and pay the bills directly. No money is ever given to the family, but we pay the bills directly. And then the families have a little bit of breathing room.
You know, and I'm, you know, currently acutely aware of how cancer doesn't care about your living situation, your financial situation, or, you know, anything along those lines. And, you know, so, you know, my friend is going through this right now. And it's, you know, when is a good time, right? There's never a good time. But like right now for this particular person, it's just like the worst timing ever. So I'm so grateful for organizations like yours, Paul. So thank you so much for doing what you're doing. And, you know, we have been involved with you guys, my family, over the last few years, and we will continue to do so. And it's really, really easy to do so. You just go to bringinghopehome.org, correct?
Correct. And tell your friend, Case, if we can do anything to help, just give me a call and let me know. And he can just go see, your friend can go see their social worker, and the social worker can nominate them. And if anybody wants to donate, like you said, bringinghopehome.org. The Adopt a Family program is a slider on our website's homepage, or they can go to donate or join us on the page as well on the website.
Hey, Paul, so this is the 11th annual Adopt a Family holiday program, but Bringing Hope Home's been around a little bit longer, correct?
Yeah, we started in 2008. We started from a situation where I lost my late wife, Nicole, to a long battle with cancer. And we had the best of a tough situation. It was still really hard. And what Nicole realized was that so many people were struggling because they couldn't get off from their job, or they were losing their job, or they couldn't pay their car payment, or they couldn't stay in their house. They were struggling. And Nicole basically told me to go fix it. So I don't know that I fixed it, but I've tried.
Oh, you've done more than enough. And I mean, that's go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
No, I was just going to say, it'll what you will do and what you've started will live on in the countless amount of people who have been saved and helped and whose lives have been made a little bit easier. As Casey said, in a time that no one ever asked for, never seems to come at the right time because there is no right time. So this aspect of it is so essential to this whole thing. Of course, you know, chemo and all those things and surgery, that handles the physical. But all of that peripheral stuff that is seldom thought of, that's what you guys are doing, and that means everything.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. And, you know, as you know, when you go through chemo or your loved one's getting treated, last thing they want to do is talk about how they're going to pay their rent or figure out what they're going to do. So we try to come in. I have a great staff. We're about 9 strong here in Malvern. And we love every beginning of the month because we get to help so many people, and it's just a blessing to come to work every day.
Paul, is there a minimum you can donate, or do you just?
Yeah, you can donate anything you want. Okay, you can donate anything you want. What we try to do is have a $100 limit per family member of each family.
Okay.
And you can adopt a person, a family. The family can be of 1, it can be of 10.
Okay.
You know, we've had run the whole gamut.
Nice.
And I love that this is a linear charity, that you everything that you see and you know about it, it's going to the recipients. The fact that you remove the level of the money not going, directly to the home and being available for use by the recipients, that eliminates a whole bunch of potential issues, and it makes it you can be confident that what you donate is going to be used the right way.
Right. It makes it very clean, and I like the word linear. I'm going to start using that. Thank you. And by the way, we are so proud of you guys making the Radio Hall of Fame. You guys are a Philadelphia treasure, and you've been so kind to us, and we really appreciate all you guys, and we're so happy for you as a team.
Our pleasure to assist, man. You guys do the real work. Thank you so much, Paul Eisenberg, guys. Bring in hopehome.org. Check the website, donate. They do incredible work. Then they've been doing it for a while. It's awesome.
May I just quickly ask a question, too, pertaining to that? My wife and I have collected up some toys, and we're looking for a Toys for Tots. I can't find
donation
them.
spot.
Yeah.
I got to check.
That's a good question.
I know that Wilson's Secret Sauce have been doing it, so let me check with those guys.
Okay.
Steve, there's somebody on my activity list that when you go to it, you can donate. I forget which one it is. Let me look.
I mean, we
look
have
it
the
up and I'll let
physical
you know.
stuff to bring over, but I went looking, and I'm like, wow,
Well, they used to put one in the lobby here, remember?
Yeah,
That's where I would always drop it
Yeah,
off.
nothing,
We'll see if that's going to be bringing up. All right, if anybody knows, let us know.
let us know.
Get in touch. All right, we need to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Let's do some Christmas miracle passes.
Oh!
I'll take the first 4 callers.
It's a Christmas miracle!
At 215-263-WMMR. It is a week from tomorrow. Parks Casino next week. And don't forget to wear your ugly sweater because we have the Miller Lite Ugly Sweater Contest. Well, let's get you on board. You have to be at least 21 years of age. So first 4 callers, 215-263-WMMR. It is next Tuesday. Let's have you be a part of it. We'll be right back.
Just going to take a month or 2 and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years. And then I'll take like a month off. Yeah. And it really helps. Sure. It really helps.
5 years, 1 month, 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Great to see you, man. Thanks for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swartz. Yeah.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
KSAN?
At
No.
KSAN in San
Okay, it
Francisco,
was.
yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Okay.
Didn't they change format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're
country
3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains.
Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny. What was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Fridays like this, so I begin the weekend long
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still even on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end, it's
little crazy?
total unintelligible.
It's Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. We're in really hard.
Those were those cowboy hats, too, when I see them on TV. I mean,
With the headphones. Cowboy hat?
He did?
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they underneath?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead, they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just telling you guys.
on,
What? This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested,
and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
You're just ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, who you wife? Damn. You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because
she's a newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
Sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay,
Who
thank
you
you.
wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
Yes.
You wife. Damn. You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. You know what? It's like I was there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D.
If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
Guy's deliveries.
So good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Mm-hmm. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankles. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the Herald.
Oh my God! He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig?
Yeah.
That's
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God! Not the sorting hat.
Oh man.
Oh my! I saw this interesting story. So we're at the tail end of the year.
Yes.
And that's when these year-end lists coming in. I like the year-end lists.
I always friggin' love them.
Some of them are standard. Okay, here we go again with this.
Stupid and insulting.
Others can be kind of fun. And I've come across the top trending videos on YouTube for 2021.
All right, how often are you on YouTube?
Every day.
Yeah.
Regularly, every day. But listen, my scope of what I check out on YouTube is very tiny. I check out drum videos and golf videos, and that's pretty much it.
Well, there you go.
And then every now and then some peripheral thing in their algorithm will go, here, you would probably like to watch this. I'll stumble around and I'll watch something, here and there. Beatles-related things, just things that I'm really into.
So subscription-wise, I'm probably down about, I should say up to about 80.
Oh, wow.
That I'll check out. Most of them are movie, special effects, tech, stuff like that.
Yeah, I've got
real hobby stuff.
Mine are all like golf and drums and things like that, and I'll use YouTube like Mike Nesmith passed away over the weekend, so I went and I watched some Monkeys videos and things like that that pop up that are interesting to me, and some musicians and I'll check out as well. But
I got no rhyme or reason to the videos I watch on YouTube.
You just do you go to the main page and see what's there and go, there's something interesting.
No,
you search
usually
things
something else. No, something will bring me there. Right. The new Spider-Man trailers, so I will go there and I'll watch that.
Do you subscribe to channels?
No.
I think I saw 80 seems, that's a lot to me, but I think I'm up to like 20, 25 now. And then sometimes when you subscribe to certain YouTube channels, it then will prompt you to look at other ones.
Right.
So yeah, I have a ton, and some that have since probably gone inert. But I like some of the film critics. I like weird independent indie filmmakers and stuff that they do. So I'll do it where you'll occasionally get a video pop up once every 8 months. That very inactive.
Does it have your top 8? Because it has mine. My top one: Preston and Steve, WMMR.
Oh.
Then Screen Crush. Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. Then Saturday Night Live, NHL.
Yeah, so here we go.
South Park and CBS Sunday Morning.
Mine is Preston Steve, The Corridor Crew, Chris Stuckman, who's a movie maker, Beyond the Trailer, another movie thing. Live Streaming Pros, which is a movie thing. Nerdtronic.
Nerdtronic? What's that?
Which is another movie thing.
Hey, where do you find this, by the way? I want to find mine as well.
On subscriptions. So on the left-hand side when I go to YouTube,
got it.
It says Home, Explore, and then Subscriptions.
Okay, let me see where
Jiminy Glick is up there. And It's Always Sunny bloopers.
Those are great.
Yeah.
So I clicked on subscriptions, but where does it have your top 8? They're just this is today and
should have just appear right below it. For me it did.
Okay, it didn't for me. Now mine are showing the ones that are the most recent. What are you laughing at?
I don't have any subscriptions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even think I have an account.
Yeah, you need an account in order to have subscriptions.
Do you have a Google account, Casey, or Gmail?
Yeah, but I don't even know what that is.
They might be linked. That's if you have a Google account, because I believe Google owns YouTube. Then you could just sign up that way.
Oh, I do have a Google. I don't know what it is, though.
All right. Well, I have the top 10 videos, or the trending videos for the year. And so these are specific videos, and it starts with, I believe, the account that it's from. So number 10 on this list is Dude Perfect, and it's Game Night Stereotypes.
All right.
Dude Perfect scored a viral hit with their skit about the different kinds of personalities you run into at game night. And there's over 30 million views on that. So that was from this year.
That shows up in my views exclusively because of my son. And it's good content. Dude Perfect guys put together some, it's well produced.
I got tired of it after a while.
Me too, but
seeing a basketball shot from the top of a skyscraper,
that's exactly right,
or whatever. Yeah. And feel like, well, you did that 500 times and one of them went in,
Sure, but a 15-year-old son will bring you back into it.
Oh, I'm sure. But I mean, just for me, I got tired of it. Number 9 is It's another streamer that made the list. Forge Labs has earned over 43 million views on a video where he spent 100 days trying to outrun zombies in Minecraft.
I mean, again, my son's 15. So much of what he consumes is directly through YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
And when he gets into something like Minecraft or Fortnite or whatever, he goes down these paths, and then they reinforce it. The algorithm says, all right, you want to watch 12 more of these.
Without question, my kids who are 14, 19, and 21, all three of them, the majority of any viewing they do is YouTube. Yeah. It's all YouTube. Then you have the number 8 was the Biden Inaugural Committee, and that was the account, I guess, the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That was number 8 as far as the top trending videos. Number 7 is America's Got Talent. Golden Buzzer, Night Birdie's original song makes Simon Cowell emotional.
Oh, I didn't see that.
When Night Birdie performed an original song on America's Got Talent about her experience battling cancer, she received a golden buzzer and managed to make Simon Cowell feel. That's what it says, feel.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
Feel
doesn't feel.
Okay.
He's emotionless. He's an automaton. And yet she broke through his hard exterior and exposed him to joy and life.
I don't like the golden buzzer. I think
it's a cheat.
Yeah, and sometimes they use it more than once in a show.
And what does it mean?
It's an automatic pass to the finals or whatever. It saves you.
Okay. Well, this video has been watched 37 million times. Then you have Dar Man. The video is called Kids Make Fun of Boy with Autism. They instantly regret it. Oh. So Darman is known for creating short films with teachable moments. A film where a boy with autism is bullied by his classmates proved to be a moving lesson. The video is currently of over 45 million views. So I haven't seen this.
I've seen Gay Man about 80 million times.
This is a scripted video. So fortunately, we're not watching a real kid, which unfortunately happens, be bullied. But so that's been viewed over 45 million times. I would like to see that. There's a number 5 on the list. These are the top trending videos of 2021 on YouTube. Corey X Kenshin with Friday Night Funkin' keeps getting better and better.
I love Friday Night Funkin'.
So gamer Corey X Kenshin gave his subscribers a good time when he streamed himself playing Friday Night Funkin'.
Nobody Funkin' likes Kenshin.
An open-sourced rhythm game featuring colorful characters. The video currently has over 21 million views, by the way.
So these are going down, obviously, right?
Why would that? Yeah, but it went from 37 then to 45 and then to 21.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It's like
maybe
a billion.
It's trending.
Oh, okay.
It says trending. Trending is different than how many views, I guess. Is it immediate?
I don't know.
Dude, I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe they got that number wrong.
I'm worried.
100% sure. By the way, what YouTubers, those of us who have kids, that your kids will watch, like Nick's Dude Perfect, that you guys have come around on or like?
Oh, God. I don't like any of them.
My daughter watches a guy named Markiplier.
Okay, and you like it?
I like him a lot.
All
There was a thing he did called Unis Honest with this other guy, Ethan, and I watch him regularly with her.
All right.
It's
Really?
fun. It's funny stuff. It's goofball.
Yeah.
Just being dorky, but it's creative and they put a lot of work into it and it's pretty funny stuff.
Yeah, a lot of these things.
And we bonded over it. Caroline and I have.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it's great.
And a lot of these things have pretty decent production values.
Yeah.
Jace watches all the gamers, so
Yeah.
I can't, sometimes I'm like, you have to turn that off or go into another room. I can't take it.
And they speak a different language, too. Like, they dive into that gaming language. And, Kathy, same with Ben. And I'm like, and there's a reason why we have 2 separate YouTube channels at home, because Ben needs to have his stuff and keep it separate from mine.
Do you guys get into fights over which gaming people you're going to watch, Kathy?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
But he watches this one guy, and I don't even know the guy's names. But all he does is yell.
Yeah.
So he's yelling in the whole thing, and I'm like, why is that guy yelling? Isn't he just playing a video game? What is this?
I wonder if that's Markiplier.
It's not.
Is that him?
It's not. I feel like his last name is maybe Funz, F-U-N-Z, or something like that.
Okay. If anybody knows, text in or call.
It's not Mr. Beast, is it? Because he yells.
Oh, there's a lot of them. Oh, I know who that guy is.
Yeah.
I've seen him before. Yeah.
And then there was a family, and the kids played, and they were annoying.
Yeah. There's a lot that's annoying. My people tend to not shout, but I enjoy
So you
them.
watch the gamers too?
No, I've checked out a few.
Okay. He gets, I mean, I think it's cute. He gets all these tips and he's like, oh, I'm going to try this with this guy tried. But I'm like, I don't want to listen to them.
It's amazing what a force that has become over the past several years of gamers.
Twitch?
And I remember when we first saw that, we're like, you're kidding me. You're going to sit and watch a video of somebody playing a video game? It's some of the biggest stuff that's on there.
I remember you and I walking into that Trocadero event, and it was a gamers event, and it was a championship.
Yeah.
And they had on the big screen. They were I don't know if they were playing Mario Kart or what were they playing?
No, it's the
Super Smash Brothers.
I think it was Super Smash Brothers. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, but I mean, not only that, there were like 80 other PCs situated around the floor of the truck, and there were multiple games going on, rapid fire. If you had any sort of photosensitivity, you'd be carried out in a body bag.
Kathy, people are texting an FGTV.
Oh, FGTV. He used to watch that. That was probably like a year ago. He's past them, but that was the family with the kids that would also yell. And God, the dad was so annoying. But
okay, yeah, there's a lot of yelling that goes on in the gamer world. So for some of them, anyway. All right, so number 4 on this list of the top trending videos of 2021 on YouTube, the NFL, the weekend's full Pepsi Super Bowl halftime show. That was one of the most the most trending videos at 42 million views, by the way.
This is all over the place, this list.
People wanted to see the weekend. It is, yeah. It doesn't really fall into
I'm scared.
A particular category. All right, then you have number 3 on the list was Mark Rober. Glitter bomb trap catches phone scammer.
Yeah, no, that's a good one.
Who gets arrested?
You remember that one, Preston, right?
From this year?
It was in the parking garage. The guy had it rigged up. He's an engineer,
right?
And he foiled someone breaking into the car.
He's done several.
Yeah, he's done a bunch of them.
Yeah.
So this one was to catch a phone scammer.
Oh, that I didn't see.
He created a device that covers each perpetrator with a giant burst of glitter, who didn't want to watch a bunch of con artists receive their comeuppance. Yeah, he started with a fairly simple one for porch pirates.
Yes.
And then he started getting more and more advanced with his mechanics.
Saw a funny thing about Porsche Pirates, and like if you have a whole bunch of stuff in your house that you just want to get rid of,
put it in a box.
They put it in an Amazon box and leave it on your front porch.
What a great idea!
Or find out which one of your friends is prone to theft and bring it over there because you may be in an area where you're not being hit as much.
Yeah, but if you are, start sticking
Leave
the
it
stuff
out.
that you don't
Oh, my
want
God,
out there. They'll take it. They'll think that they actually maybe stole something.
Yeah, you had one lady called in a couple of weeks ago from like Baltimore. Dude, if you have a ton of stuff in your house that you just want to get rid of, just leave it in.
Casey, she was constantly getting preyed upon by porch pirates. That'd be a great way to clear out. Forget spring cleaning. Absolutely.
Hang on. I want to go to a phone call. We have Blanche on the line. Hey, Blanche, good morning.
Oh, good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. How you doing, Blanche?
Fine, thank you. I'm calling my granddaughter. She started watching Funnel Vision on YouTube when she was about 5. Now, that might be the same as the FGTV because I know they changed their name, but it was a family, a dad who really doesn't protect himself.
Yeah, Party in the Elevator was their song. They released songs.
Oh, yes.
And we used to have to put it on the sound system out in the backyard on repeat for Jace.
Blanche, you're like the coolest grandmother then that you're doing all this. That you're.
Well, no, I like watching it. I like watching the children grow up. You see, from when they're very young and now they're getting older and getting into high school and college and stuff like that. But they're a fun family.
Yeah,
and
that's cool.
It's wholesome enough for her. And she's 13 now, and she still watches them.
All right. And do you sit down and check it out with her?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Do you play Call of Duty yourself?
Oh, no, I don't play. No, I don't play any games.
Blanche don't play no games, man.
She's too busy. We're watching the elevator song here, Blanche. It looks like a big production value on this.
They also have another one called Psycho Pig.
Psycho Pig? All right.
Every time we're in an elevator with my granddaughter and there's music playing and the door's shut, there we are dancing, party in the elevator, party in the elevator.
I love that. That's
really
adorable,
cute.
man.
Nice. All right. Thank you, Blanche.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
We'll see you later. If you do have kids or grandkids, and if you can if you can find some common ground and maybe they find something on YouTube that you think is entertaining as well, it's a cool connection.
So you and Caroline watch it all the time, huh?
Yeah, we watch Markiplier and Unis Honest, and
you don't watch the Elevator Kids, right?
I haven't seen these Elevator Kids. No, I don't know anything about these guys. All right, so 2 more on this list of the top trending videos of 2021 for YouTube. And in fact, okay, so they don't. Here's the explanation: the videos don't necessarily have the most views on the platform, so much as they earned a ton of views in a short period of time.
Gotcha.
So they just blew up really quickly, and so therefore that put them in the trending realm. So number 2 on this list is The Dream, a YouTuber called Dream. And it was the video Minecraft Speedrunner versus 5 Hunters.
Minecraft is still killing it, huh?
So Dream, this YouTuber, is so popular, he has fan fiction written about him. Yeah, dude, Minecraft is still a big thing. It really is. And Caroline still makes skins for the game all the time. She follows YouTubers that play it all the time. But it says it's unsurprising the Minecraft speedrunners video of him trying to defeat the game's Ender Dragon while 5 friends hunt him has accrued over 62 million views. Another thing that my sons have turned me on to, Steve, is these gamers that will try to finish game as quickly as possible.
Right, I've seen that,
and they'll take adventure games like a Zelda version, and they will do every shortcut possible, the minimum amount of things that you need to do to finish the game, to quote-unquote complete it, and to take shortcuts as quickly as you can. It's pretty wild to watch them tear through that stuff as well, because they'll play a game that takes me months to finish, and finish it within a matter of hours, and they'll be done with it.
It's crazy.
Yeah. All right, and the number 1 trending video, should we have a drum roll?
Yeah!
Trending video of 2021 is...
Theater of the Mind?
By Mr. Beast, I spent 50 hours buried alive. All right, so
accepting is Mrs. Beast.
Mr. Beast. Or maybe he couldn't be there.
Yeah,
Mrs.
that's right.
Beast
Mrs.
had to
Beast
show
showed up.
So, known for mixing altruism and entertainment, recall his real-life Squid Game competition. Mr. Beast drew in a massive audience when he buried himself alive in a custom-made coffin for 50 hours. The video currently has over 148 million views. Wow. Another thing that Caroline does, some of these YouTubers will do charity live streams.
Yeah.
And they'll raise like $8-9 million, like that.
Okay.
Should we bury Kathy next year?
It is incredible. If she's up for it, we can bury Kathy. But they'll do stunts like this and do it for charity, and they will raise a ridiculous amount of money in a short amount of time. So there can be a really good thing that can come from these.
Mrs. Activity. Bury me.
Mrs. Activity. All right. So if you were curious, those were the top.
It's a little eye-opening.
Trending videos.
A little frightening.
They have their top 10 most popular videos. We'll have to dive into that another time, but I haven't seen exactly what those are. So, all right. Anyhow, thought I'd share. We need to take a break because we have a number of guests that are going to be joining us in a little bit. We're going to kick that off with Mr. Adam Ferrara when we return. Adam is going to be at Parks Casino on this Thursday night. And then a little bit later on, we're talking to Alan Alda. Alan Alda himself. Stay put. Be back. That's when Rickman became bored with the character. He needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh, wow.
Because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck, mudda truck or mudda trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role, Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No. I just thought I'd talk about
I just wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's
Me neither.
The question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
A man was spotted riding on the hood of a car barreling down the express lane of I-95 in Florida late Sunday. It appeared to be talking on the phone while he was doing it.
Yes, that's with anchovies and pepperoni, please.
Yeah, he's on the hood of a car going about 70 miles an hour. The driver in the other car that was filming this says the words, "What the actual F?" We're in mid-highway.
He's one hand holding onto the crease of the hood, and the other hand holding the phone to his ear.
A female passenger in the car seemingly could not believe what her eyes were seeing. According to the video, she said, "What is that? Oh, my God." The driver, Daniel Maida, who was filming this, told the Miami News Times that the man on the hood was somehow hanging on to the Mercedes-Benz C300 with one hand and appeared to be talking on the phone with his other hand. A woman behind the wheel.
Now, baby, I know I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. But I think we can work this out. I just want you to listen to me, or at least slow down by 20 miles an hour.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have two here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs. So
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you, I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw, I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow.
So that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love, we all love, that is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. And I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the
everybody
fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always. When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." Yeah. And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. And that's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do.
Yeah.
And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Yeah.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you look at that, like all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together.
Okay.
So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself,
right?
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And like,
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Did it start at 9?
Yeah.
What did Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Okay. Did they initially, or because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up?
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show. Period. Like they had no idea what was going to happen. But once the show was successful, then it was like every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted. What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward. Yeah.
Yeah, want to do that again. But there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah,
no, that's a good question. We were wondering about that, about the. Preston and I were having a talk earlier about the comedy club or the theater. When you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should be allowed. There's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette. And there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because
absolutely.
The people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're right.
Then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who were in.
That's why I didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be
out
allowed.
of here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes, you lift a clip out, you lift a soundbite out of context, and people are going to go ape.
It's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
If the light is on,
you can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going,
right?
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up, and then kill the people's?
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going to ruin it for other people.
So,
it makes total sense.
Sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Which is also
pulling the phone
good.
out. But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm Gonna Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of. it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really, he and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
got it done.
Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it. And
they were essential.
Yeah.
They were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era. And so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth. And it really was, it was an homage to them. So
and the blaxploitation movies of the 70s.
Those are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah.
So I was on the set of I'ma Get You Sucker, 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later.
Yeah.
Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
Happy birthday to you. So you don't eat cake, huh?
No, I actually don't, but I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles, and there you go. The first ever Bond girl, Eunice Gayson, has died. She was 90 years old. She starred as James Bond's love interest, Sylvia Trench, opposite Sir Sean Connery in Dr. No back in 1962.
The iconic scene of all Bond movies, when James Bond first is introduced, she is across the, I don't know if we have the audio of it from the clip, but she is across the table, and here it is.
I admire your courage, Miss...
Trench. Sylvia Trench. I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
So, Sylvia Trench, you got to love the names that they gave these women.
Sylvia Trench, huge gaping gash.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you're going with Trench and Pussy Galore and things like that.
Pussy, Harriet Pussy.
Yeah. No,
Countess Smelly Bunghole. Well, Miss Bunghole. Pussy galore. And that was, a lot of vagina. Was the,
the play off of that. A lot of vagina.
But Sylvia Trench. Yeah, hairy gash.
Hairy gash.
Slimy bush.
Slimy.
Putrid pooter.
Yeah. Can we have some Beatles music ready to play? Bring him on? Because there's a reason behind that, too, and we'll mention here in a second. But he is going to be performing at Parks Casino, the 360 Lounge.
We know it well.
On Thursday. Yeah, we've had many great events at 360 at Parks Casino, which is cool. So we are happy that he is going to be playing there. And we got something for him?
Do you want this one?
That sounds beautiful. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
I want to thank you on behalf of the group and myself, and I hope we pass the audition.
Yes, of course, of course. And by the way, the reason, so we knew Adam is a huge Beatles fan. In fact, it might have been last time he was here live in the studio, he picked up a guitar that we have and didn't know what a great guitarist he was, played this really beautiful acoustic version of Yesterday. But we're looking at you now via Zoom in case he was wondering whose front stoop you're sitting on, and you said, no, that's Abbey Road.
Yeah, look, this is my garage. It's the exterior of Abbey Road Studios.
That's amazing. This is this huge canvas that you have of a print of that behind you.
Yeah, I did that because so I had to make this little studio for the podcast, right? So I was just going to buy a mic and sit at the kitchen table. And my wife was like, no, there's going to be wires and things. So,
she's right.
She's absolutely
got to do some
right, but,
presentation.
Yeah, so she knows I'm a Beatles fan. She found this artwork, and this is one of my garages. And it's such a beautiful gesture to make me feel better. But let's be honest, boys, it's a garage by the street. I'm being phased out. Who are we kidding?
She's just getting you prepped.
Closer to the garbage pails.
No, it's great. It's a great picture that I've never seen before. Have you? I have to assume. You've watched Get Back, right? The Peter Jackson documentary.
I'm saving it for my vacation, but you know what I did do? I had Glyn Johns on my podcast.
Shut up.
Yes, it's up.
Oh, dude, he is so prominently featured in this.
Tremendously.
And he wears the coolest clothes I've ever seen in my life in this.
Yeah.
It's crazy, over the top, acid trip type of clothing that he wears, and that is so cool. He's legendary. He's a producer and engineer, and he was the guy running the equipment while George Martin was working together and producing this for those of you who have seen this documentary. That's pretty amazing, Adam.
Yeah, I'm saving the whole documentary for, I come home on the 20th, and then I'm home till Christmas. So I just want to sit down and just watch that.
All right, I don't know how the hell you could do it, though. I mean, it's the second it came out, I jumped on it. But I get it.
I know.
You want a perfect situation. Let's just say you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Because right now I have it on my computer, so it's twitchy a little bit.
Yeah, all
I have
right.
it on my computer. So I could like watch it on a plane and stuff, but I want to be relaxed. I just want to like this. I've waited so long for this. I want to.
You'll cry, dude. There are moments where you will absolutely shed tears. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he was telling me such stories. He was like, I was like, so was it tense? He goes, no. He goes, George left and he came back, but it wasn't anything that any band hasn't gone through.
Yeah.
He goes, John Lennon has the quickest wit and can cut you up into small slices at 100 paces, but a lovely man.
Well, that's was the issue we talked about, and obviously we might sound like a broken record at this point, but I mean, I always enjoyed the Let It Be documentary, but to me, it was originally sold as you were watching a band dissolve, and it was sort of this moribund sort of approach to the end, stages of the Beatles, and then you find out, no, it was completely another experience, and there was a narrative that was created, and I think, and you'll see this when you see it, but everyone had sort of the same reactions. Like, I think we need to apologize to Yoko.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, because she's not doing a damn thing. I mean, she's just sitting there minding her business.
Well, I had Ethan Russell on as well, who was the photographer that took the pictures and shot the cover. And he had John Lennon's his first gig was to shoot the Rolling Stones, and his second gig was John Lennon.
I mean,
he had John Lennon's phone number, and he said Lennon loved him because he took pictures. He took great pictures. He took all the black and white pictures of them in the capes and stuff. And he goes, I had Lennon's phone number. He goes, I called him up. I said, I think we can do big. He goes, well, come on over. And it's like he went over his house and he said he liked him because he took great pictures of his girlfriend.
Let me ask you something, because I remember years and years ago after Double Fantasy came out, Lennon was occasionally spotted walking around Huntington, which is where you're from, yes?
Yeah. Well, he had a sailboat, I think, and it was in Huntington.
Right. Did you ever see him? Did you ever?
Never once.
Okay. Because I remember you'd always, you'd hear stories and it'd pop up in the paper that Lennon was seen walking around town, and I was wondering, since you were there, if you might have caught him. But no,
never once. I would never stop talking about it. You think I would have that picture strung in my garage, and I would tell everybody.
Well, listen, while we were getting ready for the interview, we were chatting with you off air. You got like 1,000 things lined up. You got like 1 million views on YouTube, and what else going on in your world, man?
I got 1 million views on TikTok on my anxiety and depression bit that's on my special. I got a special. I put it up free on YouTube. It's called Adam Ferrara. It's Scaring Here. It's on 800-Pound Gorilla Records. You can go there. That special's out. So they sent us a bunch of clips. And my wife, we put them up on TikTok. And my wife calls me up and goes, you got 1 million views. And I went, oh, my God. look, I'm not a guy in a box buried, you know.
Right, yeah, right.
Right.
That guy, we were just talking about that.
Yeah, these are just jokes.
Yeah.
So,
But $1 million, that's still pretty cool.
Yeah, man.
yeah, it was like when you first see that, you're like, oh, wow, that's great. And then you realize, you wake up, and the next day I woke up and I realized it means nothing. I'll be at the Parks Casino.
Still got to sell tickets to that.
Yeah.
Still dancing, baby.
Yeah.
I'll
But
be
you
at the
know
Parks
what?
Casino Thursday.
You've said many times, and the truth of the matter is that this now becomes sort of your assessment of viability for bookers. What is your social media activity like? So that doesn't hurt that you got the $1 million.
No,
Yeah.
it's good. I mean, like it's a constant thing, boys. It's just like, you know, it's the wolf that tasted blood. We can't go back now.
Right. Yeah.
We got to keep dancing, you know. And then that's the nice thing about doing the podcast. You guys have Alan Alda coming up. I heard in the break. That's amazing.
Yeah.
He's a big science dude.
Yeah, huge, and he's got a podcast and all that stuff. He's been in a ton of great stuff. But you seem to adopt a similar thing. A lot of times, the guests we love having are the ones that are off. You know, well, obviously, if somebody's big and they're around and they're available, they'll come in. That's great. But you like the more esoteric, eclectic guests, and so that's obviously you're playing on that. So who, besides obviously the Beatles stuff, who's in your bucket list? Who are you going after to get on your show?
Well, I got I did bag the elephant. I got Stevie Van Zandt. He's on this week.
Yeah, you mentioned. Yeah.
Love Stevie. His book came out, and this one came to me because the book came out, and he's plugging the book. So I was talking to him, and you remember Sun City, right? When he left, I didn't know he left the East Street Band. I thought he didn't get thrown out. He left on his own.
Yeah, we
do that.
We had him on recently as well for the book, and he was talking about it. And that was he was at pretty much a solo stage at that point.
Yeah. So he's lost. He can't find himself. He goes to South Africa. He puts together the Sun City project to basically drive a stake through apartheid to find himself.
Right.
Boys, when I get confused and I feel bad, I don't know who I am. I ice cream over the sink and I get fat.
He ended apartheid.
Yeah, he ended apartheid, and I just went more white cheddar popcorn. I'm depressed. So,
well, there's a similarity
he was
there.
Cool. I had Steve Vai on, the guitarist. Steve Vai.
My God, we were just talking about him the other day. I think he's technically the greatest guitarist I've ever seen as far as proficiency goes.
I told him, I said, look, you're the reason I picked up the guitar, and you're the reason I put it down. Who we kidding?
Yeah, he's non-human like in his abilities.
Yeah, and the sweetest guy. He's from Long Island, where I'm from, and I told him this.
Vi's from Long Island?
Yeah, he's from Car Place.
Huh, I didn't know. Well, see, all these people. I thought it was you, me, and Bob Costas, and that was it.
Yeah, no, he's from Car Place, and I told him, knowing he was from the same place we are, it's like it gave me permission to dream a little bit. I'm like, well, this guy from Car Place is doing something important. Maybe I can, you know?
So how was he? Was he cool?
He was great.
Yeah.
He's a beekeeper.
Oh, you know who else is a beekeeper? James Hetfield.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely, he's a beekeeper. It's cool. I had in my neighbor's bushes next to me this past summer. There was a queen had left another queen had left a hive, and they were scouting a new place to build a hive, and so they parked themselves in my neighbor's bush for a hot minute, and there were like probably 10,000 bees there for a second. I had
Jesus Christ.
We had my cousin's friends are beekeepers, and we had them come out and collect all these things, and I was like, that's pretty cool. I don't know if I would want 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 bees in my backyard, but it is kind of a cool thing.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Casey. I don't know if I'd want you in my bushes. In the neighbor's bushes.
It's a little scary.
It was a little scary.
Well, so
you know what the smoke is for?
It sedates them, doesn't it?
Yeah, because they communicate by smell. So when they see the smoke, they can't communicate. They can't go, all right, kill the guy with the flat brim hat. He's in the bushes again.
That message gets lost in the smoke.
Yeah. So they can't do that. And also they think it's an emergency, so they gorge themselves on honey. And when they gorge themselves on honey, they can't bend because their stingers are on their butt, so they can't bend and sting you.
Well, you're well versed. I'll tell you what. So we got a whole bunch of flowers and plants that draw honeybees. And I was walking around putting up Halloween decorations. Well, they were all over the place. They didn't touch me. They're at work. They don't care. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's just like, okay. And everyone was saying they won't bother you if you don't bother them. And it was pretty wild. So let me ask
let's
you.
be honest. They didn't touch you, or you were smoking at the time.
That's it. I was on fire. Do you have any fascination with this? Might you ever try this at some point?
You know, after I got off the Zoom call with Steve, we traded emails a little bit, and I was thinking for a minute, and then I'm thinking, my Christmas lights are still up. I'll have bees all over.
Adam, I wanted to ask about your podcast when you have guests on and how you kind of play it as far as the interview goes. Do you play it light and loose, talk about whatever comes up, or are you trying to get something out of them that other people might not be able to get out of them?
I write a little intro for every guest, and I try and make them laugh in that intro. So I do the research at that. I always look, I've invited you over the house. I'm going to have some cake.
Right.
I want you to see I've done the effort to have you in here. Right. But if something makes a right turn, we're going to go there. Like me and Steve Vai talked about, we talk about intention, manifestation, passion, and being in the state of becoming. And I was just like, I wanted to hear about Frank Zappa and David.
No, but if you do that, it's the way that we've evolved over the years. And we used to do an interrogation, and then it became a conversation. And then also to get that point where you get somebody, if somebody is telegraphing to you that they're passionate about something, you're going to go down that path.
Yeah, I always give them respect. Look, I know you're here to plug your movie. I know you're here to plug your book, so let's do that. So I'll put that in the intro. I'll also put it in the outro. I'll ask a question about it to hopefully start another conversation. But it's like us, I'll tell you, I got this, and this, and then we started talking, So, and that's more interesting for me, and I think it's more engaging for the listener as well.
So I'm interested in this about you, since obviously you love music and you've had a number of musical guests on your podcast. Was there ever a point where Adam Farrar could have ended off in a band, and pursued that wholeheartedly, or was there okay, I'm going to do this, and this is just going to be my hobby?
I was in a band. We were all in a garage band, and I played bar band guitar.
Oh, did you?
The beginning of every great song, and then I got to play "Hey Joe" twice. So that's about it. So the set list is going to repeat itself. But I was in the band, and I was realizing, what it was is I wasn't progressing fast enough to keep my interest. My level of proficiency was not catching up to my ambition. And when I started making people laugh, that was the point, because I was in college. I started making people laugh. I'm like, oh, I can do this, and it's immediate. As soon as I say it, the audience is laughing, and I got another gig tomorrow night. So it kind of held my interest more because I'm impatient.
Let me ask you, because I like Preston he'll see something and he'll invest the time at trying to be good at it, even if there's nothing out of the gate to indicate that you're going to take to it.
Right.
I admire that. I have to see early signs that I'm going to be stupendous at this, or else I tap out. Where do you fall on that?
I'm the same way. I'm like, listen, I'll be here, but you got to hold my interest. You got to I need something vibrating. Something's got to tickle me.
Right.
Something's got to move something inside of me to keep me here.
Yeah, no, that's
because I have no patience. I know. First, I have ADD, so I'm off to six different things at once. I have no patience. I go from 0 to homicide in 3 seconds. So.
All right, what is a couple of Adam Farrar hobbies tried and failed?
Tried and failed. Well, I don't think I failed the guitar because I still play it once again.
Right.
I got that. I used to be really good at throwing darts.
Okay.
I won a bar dart.
Were you?
Yeah, I was when I was a kid. So couldn't do that because time took it.
Did you buy your own darts as a result?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had 19-gram hammerheads with I was pretty good.
He was all in.
Yeah, that fella. So they're around here somewhere. I think they're holding up a poster or something. I love driving. I love cars. And Top Gear was time of my life because I got seat time. So it's just like anything else. It's like golf. You have to stay on it to stay proficient.
Right.
And I know just enough to get me killed.
Right. Right. I mean, there's
theory I know, and I could even once in a while, like when the wife is in the car or something, she'll go, "Don't do it," because she'll see a wet curve or an on ramp.
Don't do it.
I was like, this is our car, you idiot. So
right.
So it's not that went away. It's just I don't get to do that as much as I want to.
Okay.
And there's a great pool cue. Joe Rogan gave me a great pool cue when we were both living in Hollywood. We used to meet at the athletic club and shoot pool all the time. And it's the same thing. It's like, you know, if you don't stick up with it, you stay up with it, you know, it goes away.
It's funny because
and I've dabbled in some stuff, and then you come across and going, okay, I'm getting pretty good at this, and then you come across people who are really good at it, and it's like, oh man.
I was watching.
Well, when you're a kid, you come across girls, and then you're like, all right, I'm done.
This is good. But you know,
I like Star Wars too, but this isn't going to help me with my Princess Leia. So.
I was watching. I think it was a Comedians in Cars. It was Michael Richards talking to Seinfeld about you know, he's actually like a top level chess player, and then he, I mean, like taking on computers and doing well against computers. And he sat down in the park with one of these guys, and the guy beat him twice in under like a minute and a half, like just destroyed him. And he was one of these savants who that his whole life is chess. And he's like, you know, at that point, he's like, I think I'm done with chess right now. You know, to know that there's that capability out there, you know?
Yeah, he's Seinfeld. He's at the top of his game. He's surrounded by yes people. He can create his own reality.
Yeah.
And some guy that's playing a taping bucket when he's not playing chess just kicked his ass.
Yeah, those little realizations that it's okay. This is not for you. But to all the stuff that you have going on and talking about, you know, your hobbies. Driving, as you mentioned before, are you getting any chance to drive? Do you what sits in the Ferrara expansive 50-car garage? What do you have, or what are you driving?
Debt.
Yeah,
I have debt.
Just debt.
No, I just went to SEMA. I just hosted some stuff at SEMA, which is the big car convention in Las Vegas for aftermarket stuff. So I got to, and I had Chip Foose on my podcast. You know him? He's the car designer.
Not familiar.
Oh, he's great. He's a great guy. I had him on. I met him when we started doing Top Gear, and he designed a bunch of cars, a bunch of famous cars. He had the P-32 Warbird, which is really cool, and he designed Ramon in the Pixar movie Cars.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I got to hang out with him and Tanner Faust and Rutledge, where we all were in SEMA together. So I didn't get to drive much, but I got to go back into that world. And every once in a while, I'll pick up the phone and I'll call my buddy David, who was a producer. And I said, let's get something fun and let's drive something fun. So
what about the electric stuff? Are you because the stuff it's expanding more and more, and you're getting incredible.
I want the Mustang.
Oh, the new okay.
I want the Mustang. I want that. I want the rear wheel drive one. Matt Farah, who's got another podcast, the Smoking Tire podcast. I'll be on that next week. He's got one, and that was really cool. And I saw it. Ann Amstead from Discovery launched the Type 62 Lotus. It's a recreation of the next generation of Lotus that he got permission from Radford Studios to build. So I got to see it there, and it's really, really cool. But Matt has that electric one. I'd like that electric one. The Taycan, the Porsche Taycan.
Yes.
I want to drive it. I haven't driven it yet, but we're gonna have to get it, boys. Here in California, yes, it's $5 a gallon.
Right.
So I have to fill up. I need a cosigner. Really? It's just. And I got that old Buick, and I had a 70 deuce and a quarter. This thing, it had a 455 in it. No, it drank like a Kennedy. It was just like, it was just this big thing that just it filled a whole dinosaur you needed to fill this thing up. It was huge. Wow. And those are the cars I like, because those are the cars we saw when we were kids, all the muscle cars.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. I'm enjoying the electric cars, and eventually, I know someday I'll probably end up getting into that world. But as far as their design goes, you know what I'm missing already is the grill on the front. The grill has always been a cool part of a car to me.
You're so right.
They've taken it away. Yeah,
you're
it's the
so
face
right.
of the car.
That's one of the deciding factors for me. It's like, so there's a Tesla that has nothing. Like it's blank. It's got nothing. It's like I would never want to drive in that. The Porsche e-tron the Audi e-tron GT has a really cool front setup, because anybody who ever built Aurora models of cars, that's what what does the face look like on this thing, and does it look badass? And and that's the problem when they came out with like the Chevy Volt and all that stuff. It's just like a stamped, and there's nothing, no character to it. And that's where Tesla jumped out ahead of the pack by giving these cars some sexiness. And I think now they got it and they're going in that direction. You're seeing things that you want to be seen in a little bit,
Yeah, it's a person. It's an extension of your personality, and the front of the car was always the face. Like the new Bronco, I love, but it looks like it's just as surprised as we are. It's back.
That's a good point, Adam. It's got the open eyes. I love it, man.
Well, you're an Audi guy,
Yeah.
Steve, right?
Yeah. And so that's down the path. I mean, now I think if you order something now with the chip shortage and all the other stuff, I'll have it. It'll be delivered to me. The keys will be put in my dead mouth on my bed, and that'll be that.
The ironic thing is we're gonna drive you in an electric hearse. He finally got his ride.
I got it. Wee.
Nice.
But yeah, it's a difference between a car and transportation. You know, one's a car and one's an appliance. You know?
Right? Yeah. Exactly.
Well, listen, Adam, we're going to point people in the direction of Parks and the 360 Lounge. This Thursday is when the gig is, and it's going to be awesome that you are in town, and we love it. And you go to parkscasino.com to get all of the information. So we want to sell tickets to that. But what's coming up on the podcast you want people to be aware of? Anything you want to hit?
Who do I got coming? I got Ant Amstead from Discovery. Joey Pants is going to be on the show.
He's great.
Yeah, we're trying to put that one together. My special is on YouTube. It's at 800-Pound Gorilla Records. I think I sent Casey a link.
Yep.
Please look out your window and make sure Casey's not in your bushes. If you have that's your warning.
Yes. All right.
And I love you guys. Always good to see you. Best to you and your family. Everyone have a happy holiday and stay safe. Okay.
You do the same. Thank you. Adam Ferrara, guys. He's going to be at Parks Casino this Thursday night. Do not miss him. He is the best.
He's
we love
great.
him to death. I wanted to mention something real quick. I know we got Alan Alda coming up in just a few minutes here, and we got the beef on and everything. But I went to a party yesterday, and I have to mention a little event that took place during this little soiree. So I went to our buddy Brian Miller of Course Photography, photographer for a long, long time here at MMR, and some of the best pictures you've ever seen of Camp Out for Hunger and all these things throughout the years. He was the guy behind that. Well, Brian is a neighbor of mine now. He's lived in the neighborhood for a while, and he has this. He and his wife Michelle have this yearly party. It's the Jammy Jam. And so you wear your pajamas to the event. We've been going to it for years when he lived in another location near Phoenixville. And so we go to the party, and man, the Millers know how to throw a party.
Oh, yeah?
They anything that you want, everything's been thought of. It's like way better than I could ever as far
I
as
love
coming
people
up
like
with.
that.
I know, right?
Yes.
Great ideas as far as the food goes. Something for you to do all the time. All the kids are thought about. Things for them taken care of.
Right.
There's various food stations and beverage stations throughout the house.
Nice.
Fire pit outside. You want cigars? They're there. Go grab them. Whatever. It looks festive. Everything's great. Santa Claus was there.
Wow.
An old Santa Claus. So he gave us. We were allowed to call him a nickname, Dutch. Remember Dutch from way back in the day? And by the way, it was so great when Santa showed up. And of course, Brian's a photographer. He set up all the lights and everything in front of the tree. And when the kids came up to talk to Santa. Oh, my God. It was just the greatest thing. That look on their face when they're talking to Santa Claus, telling them what they want for Christmas. It was just the sweetest thing ever. So anyhow, at one point, and it was a I'm not a big Sunday party guy.
Right.
Sunday's like almost
it's the Sabbath
work day for us, and it's the Sabbath, and I have very strong, beliefs.
Absolutely.
No, but anyway,
You need some born before you go back to work.
I can't let loose on Sunday. I don't do Sunday fun day.
No.
I can't do. Our work day starts ridiculously early on Monday morning, so I don't do it.
It's basically your last meal before death row.
So we went there. So we go early, and it's one of those parties you can stop by and hang out for a bit and leave because the party goes on all day long, all day and all night long. So anyhow, I found myself kind of snuggled on the couch for a moment, and I'm eating my, pulled pork or whatever it was, and I'm just kind of relaxing. And Brian comes into the room. There's just a handful of us in the living room, and he makes a big announcement. All right, everybody, come in here. We've got an event that's going to be taking place. Blah blah blah. This he makes an announcement. I'm like, wow, I sat in the right spot. This is perfect. I'm on the couch. I'm in the middle of all this. This is great. I'll be able to see what's going on. And he announced that there was going to be a pajama fashion show. And at first I was a little hurt because I didn't get invited to be in the fashion show because I was wearing my Captain America pajamas. I thought they looked pretty solid. But anyway, so he goes, all right, so we have our first, everybody kind of gathers around. We have our first contestants coming out, and it was my wife, Rochelle, and my friend Krista, and they come walking out, And I was like, Rochelle didn't wear like any special pajamas or anything like that. I don't know why she's in this fashion show for coolest outfit.
Why is she getting invited?
Yeah, what's that all about? And they come walking out, and they're both wearing, I kid you not, the fabled, much heard about but never seen before on this show, Kenny Nighty.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, and I see it, and Rochelle's wearing them. So Rochelle has one. I'm like, what? What do you guys? Oh my God, that's a Kenny Nighty. They got that. That's well, I wonder why they did that. Okay, wow.
Interesting. Okay.
It was a tchotchke that was given away when you were Kenny Knight at your other station years ago.
When I went by the name Kenny Knight, they made a little giveaway item called the Kenny Nighty. It was a night shirt for women, and it had my face as a crescent moon and it's
beautiful,
the station's logo and all that stuff. I was like, oh, this is kind of weird. And then he goes, all right, our next contestants. I don't remember what order anybody came in.
Right.
And then they come in, and they're wearing a Kenny Nighty. And then the next two come in, and they're wearing Kenny Nighties. There were like 15 people
In Kenny Nighties?
wearing the Kenny Nighties, and they all come out, and I'm like, I'm confused. I'm like, what? Why me? Was I singled out for this? What did I do to deserve this? I mean, it was really cute. And
They had to make them, right? They don't exist anywhere.
They had a screen printer put them together.
Can you
and
describe
everything.
what it looks like?
I have one with me.
Oh, stop it.
So Rochelle has the only one in existence
The
anymore,
authentic
as far
one.
as I know.
It's like the Shroud of Turin.
And so she took that to, I think it might have been Krista that took it, or Dory. I have to think both Dory and Krista. They were the ones who made this, who put this together. It was their idea.
Yeah.
And so they took her logo and they made the Kenny Nighties, which I have
Oh my God.
right here for you guys. Have you ever seen it before?
No.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Wait, is it just a T-shirt?
The Kenny Nighty. It's a night shirt.
It's a long, It's
a long, full-on night shirt.
Does that station still exist?
No, it's been gone
We
for a
should
long
probably
time.
start making these in mass production.
We should, right? And then on the sleeve, there's a little disclaimer, and it says
Not to be
here-
eaten.
It says Kenny Knight has no affiliation with Radio Hall of Fame inductee Preston Elliott. Any resemblance is pure coincidental.
Oh, that's great.
That's great.
And so how many did they do all told? Did you say?
15. I think
really
Rochelle has a few extras that she had made, but everybody paid for their own. and
That's
got 'em
hilarious.
made.
That's awesome.
Isn't that crazy?
That's great.
And that's spot on, right? That's what the original
Oh,
looked like.
it's identical.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it looks.
Identical.
So
That's cool. Very cool.
It was so sweet of them to do that because they have this Zoom group called Corn Fam. When quarantine initially hit, when COVID came on board, Brian created this group, and it grew and grew and grew. And so I was never in Corn Fam. I would pop on and say,
I'm not in Corn Fam.
no, I would pop by. Rochelle be on there. I'm like, good night, everybody. And I'd wave and I'd go to bed. And that was my. But the Corn Fam put this together for me.
That's great.
That is awesome.
I was like, dude,
Yeah.
you guys
I
don't
love
need
it.
to do that.
May I relay something? You were talking about Preston seeing the kids go up to Santa, which is so awesome. So I did the Colebrook-Dale, Kathy, very well on your activities list, the Polar Express. And at a point during the Polar Express ride, it's awesome. If you've never done it, make sure you buy tickets and do it. It's a blast. But you go out, and there's a point where Santa gets on. And Santa's just really a fantastic Santa. He looks great, and he's coming in to the different train cars, Preston, and he comes in, and I have like 10, 11 members of my family on my wife's side, and a whole bunch of little kids, and then they're Santa, and Santa comes by me, and he goes, "Hey, Steve," and the kids are Santa? Like, what? And it was the funniest thing because I'm like, it wasn't worth much before, but my stock just rose incredibly that Santa called me by name. But you never saw kids' heads whip around like, how do you know him?
So our friend Dodge, Santa, he was named one of the, I think, America's favorite Santa.
Oh, that's great.
Like he's gone like stratosphere since he used to come to the Camp Out for Hunger. And he has a charity organization called Operation 9 Reindeer. And it's Santa's secret mission to help provide hope, love, and joy for families in need of extra special cheer. So if you're interested in making a donation, they do things like the home heating oil for families, new tires for family vehicles, summer
great.
camp for children, relief from medical bills, and kind of like what Bringing Hope Home does as well. So I want to mention Operation 9 Reindeer, and you can do a quick search on it. But he is like, it's awesome as far as his presentation goes. The kids were just, oh my God.
Do you remember how in awe
themselves
you were when you met Santa? I mean, it's life-defining when you're a kid.
Did we have a song for Kenny Knight, the Silent Night Kenny Knight? Didn't a listener make that at one point? Okay.
No, I didn't.
No, you did it, Casey?
Casey
Oh,
did it, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We
Does
gotta
Krav Maga in the hall.
Yeah, we got to start doing Christmas songs.
Yep.
Wait, I was just going to go back to you saying when kids meet Santa over the weekend. My brother is a real estate agent, and at his office, he hosted all of his clients and their kids. And Santa came there, and they had a professional photographer come and take pictures. And so one of Jace's friends came out, and he came in a suit and a tie, and he was in line. And my brother said, like, before he got up you could tell he was like a little nervous.
Yeah.
And before he got up to Santa, he buttoned his suit jacket and he tightened his tie.
Oh my God! How old is he?
He's 10, 9 or 10, something like that.
If you'll indulge me for a second, I have most of my holiday requests in my briefcase.
Well, and he did. He had his letter ready, and he handed the letter to Santa to make sure he understood everything that was on the letter. Yeah,
There's nothing more magical, man. It's so awesome.
Well, that's why it was really important for me to, and once I was able to secure it, I got Santa Claus's phone number, and I've called him on a few occasions.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, do you guys remember this call, by the way? Here we go.
Hello.
Hey, Santa, hi, this is Casey. I live in Broomall. You know my kids. I have Casey and Seamus and Avery, and I have Casey here. How you doing, Santa?
Well, I feel very well, thank you.
Casey had a lot of questions for me that I didn't quite have the answers to. Casey, go ahead. You want to ask him?
Is that Casey?
She's right here. She's getting a little shy, Santa.
Okay. Casey, can you hear me?
Come on. You just saw him. We just saw you, by the way, the other night. We saw you on the fire engine, Santa Claus.
Oh, yes, that was a chilly ride.
It was really cold. And
do you have Santa on the speaker there, Casey?
I have Santa on the speaker.
Well, it's so nice to talk to you. I'm getting very excited for next week.
God, say. She wanted to thank. I'm sorry, Santa. She wanted to thank you for the candy canes that you gave her the other day.
Well, hopefully she brushed her teeth after she ate them.
Right. Well, she had some specific questions for you. She wanted to know if the elves are your kids.
No, they're not my personal children, but I treat them like my children. They're very, very helpful at the North Pole, though.
Do you have kids? Because we caught the movie Fred Claus the other day, so she wanted to know if you had any kids.
Are you putting me on? What? Hey, what's going on? Hey, Fred Claus, wasn't that awful movie with Billy Bob Thornton?
No, that's Bad Santa. Fred Claus is with Vince Vaughn.
Okay. Well, I was concerned that you were showing your daughter bad Santa movies.
No, I was flipping through the channels, and we usually watch Nickelodeon Santa.
Oh, that's a good thing.
She saw the Santa Claus hat, and we had to stop for a second, so, all right.
Well, I'm very excited to visit the Fodder household on Christmas Eve. In case you'd be a good little child, and we'll see what Santa leaves for you under the tree.
Casey wanted to know what your she wanted to know what your wife's name was.
It's Mrs. Claus.
See, that's what I told her, Santa, but she was like, no, she's got to have a first name.
Well, I think some people call her Annabelle, but I've only called her Mrs. Claus. That's how we refer to each other.
All right, thanks, Bill.
You were recording that.
What?
Huh?
Recording what? I'm with my daughter. Say hi, Casey.
What? Dude, I gotta go. I don't know what the hell you were expecting me. Santa's gotta go.
Oh my God!
You know what I never noticed towards the end there? You can hear Bill whisper, and he goes, "What? What? What? I don't know what you want from me."
I have like so many favorite moments from that call.
Bill's right out there right now. He does not look happy. He's got a scowl on his face.
Good.
It's the best.
You should be proud of that.
Totally.
I would say this, and we've said it many times before. He played along. He created the whole thing. If that had been on the up and up, that would have been to rate Bill's call an A+. Because he was providing context and additional information.
When he broke character first.
Hey! What the hell?
Are you putting me on?
But there's...
But it's typical Bill. Wasn't that bad movie?
Right. Isn't that the movie with the two girls in a cup? No, Bill, it's not that.
It's a Disney movie.
And when you first lose it.
Oh, my God.
When you first start cracking up, that's when it really...
Wait, but wasn't there one where you were, quote, cursing at your daughter?
That was the Matt Rovine call.
Oh, that was Rovine.
I have Rovine.
Right.
Because I called, and I can't remember, he ended up like hanging up on me. I was like, yo, dude, I'm with my daughter right now.
Yeah.
So then he's like, oh, call back then. He was on a sales call. He was like at a client's office, and he ended up walking out the front door. And
man.
it was
Nice guy.
Rovine was.
That's right. Wow. Okay. Well, thank you. That was an early,
Yeah, that was awesome.
early Christmas surprise that we normally wait a little bit before we hear the Bill call. And don't worry, Bill. We'll play it again at some point in the near future. All right, listen, I want to take a break because we're going to have Alan Alda in a moment.
Yes.
But let's keep the Christmas spirit flowing with Christmas Miracle Passes to give away right now. I don't even know how many I have left in our allotment, but I know we have at least 3, right?
Yes.
All right, let's take callers 15, 16, 17, 215-263-WMMR. You got to be at least 21 and able to join us at Parks. All right.
Keep it going. I'm having fun.
Melisandre Double Fist.
Yeast infectantine.
Yeah. So
rest in peace.
What a lovely tribute to Eunice.
Chlamydia hysterectomy.
So, Steve, she was in From Russia with Love as well?
Yes. So he actually leaves her to go off on this mission, but the idea was to keep her sort of continuing the way Money Penny. It was sort of a flirtation to keep her in and out of his life, but they passed on that. But that's the first time in the Bond films where James Bond is introduced at the Baccarat table. I believe they're playing Baccarat. And it's great.
Did she know Steaming Butthole?
She knew Steaming Butthole was her sister.
All right. But anyhow, a post on her official Twitter feed read, an amazing lady.
Perhaps you know my sister, Queef Poop Splatter.
And my cousin, Purdy Turd Cutter.
So the Twitter feed read, an amazing lady who left a lasting impression on everyone that she met.
Did you say Queef Poop Splatter?
She will be very much missed. You know what? I got to point this out. Lately, when you've come in here and we're doing this crossover thing, I don't know where you're going.
Excuse me, what?
No, I mean your inflection. It sounds like, is he going to say something else, or is he done now? And I'm having a hard time. I think we're off. I think we're out of sequence. I think we're
We have like a
he does have a secret.
session.
He's become a soldier of fortune.
Oh
yeah.
Maybe let's do an Outward Bound together or something.
Furthermore, I did. And that.
Hey.
What?
I wanted to ask you.
I can't believe this is hard.
I'm not saying you're stopping in the middle of what you're saying.
He's saying you're an unprofessional broadcaster.
You actually finish the words,
that's
and then
certainly true.
Your inflection is as if you're going to continue on, and then you don't.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. You should have heard us all day. The amount of screw-ups and semi-said words and spotties.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, Preston looks at me and goes, what's going on? And I go, I'm just trying to get my head out of my ass.
Yep. So you're done talking now.
What?
Okay. What is on your show today?
There was once a time.
Oh, is that you doing that, Steve? I'm like, where's that noise coming from?
Beautiful day. Then I found myself camping. That part's wrong because I wouldn't camp.
Oh, that part's wrong in my own story.
And well,
I'd like to correct my story.
A Motel 6 is camping for me.
You going to U2 tonight?
Yes, yes. And you have access to right? You can be on premises, yes?
Something to talk about.
Thank God.
Oh my God, yes. It's like a first date.
Oh my God, we found something in common.
I like spaghetti too.
I have a follow-up question. Do you think that the band will do anything for the radio station? I believe they've been made aware that it's the 50th birthday, but I don't know if they're planning on saying anything.
I don't know. There could be something from the stage, possibly.
May I recommend something?
Yes.
Put like a coil of speaker wire over your shoulder, put your hair in a ponytail, hold a Guinness, and pretend you're a roadie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Because, but again,
I cannot affect an Irish accent like you can.
Well, just pretend you could, in fact, make it a horrible one.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, goshly.
Gosh.
Did you just say, oh, Garshly? The hell does that mean? This man's an imposter. Don't just tackle him, shoot him.
Oh, Garshly Bob Bono. I've got.
My name is not Bob Bono.
I've got to tie me shoe.
Bob Bono.
Bob Bono. I remember you back when you were playing the clubs, don't you know?
Don't you know? Potatoes. Potatoes and leprechauns, right?
And
Am I right?
Yo.
Mr. Bono just goes, he's one of us. Potatoes and leprechauns, am I right?
Wow.
Shillelaghs, right, guys?
Shillelaghs, potatoes, and leprechauns. Right, everybody?
I love this text from somebody that says, I think you two just canceled. Case, we got to get you on one of those water jet packs.
Oh my God, I would love that.
We've got to get you on that. So I know they do.
Where's the closest one?
They've got them down there somewhere.
AC they do.
We talked about it last year or the year before, and people said that they are available in certain spots. Very, very expensive to rent. But
Are they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's the case or
Maybe
not.
we get a knockoff one.
A knockoff jetpack. But I personally would love to go on one of those things. But I'm dying to see you on one.
You see the dudes who are able to flip down and go underwater and dive it down and come back up?
Since they've had those out now for several years, there's people that have mastered them, and they can do all kinds of spinny, wild, crazy things in the air and then dive down in and back up.
I'm afraid that I would jetpack myself right down into the water and not be able to right myself, and then just
go down to the bottom and stay there.
Yes, just continue to thrust myself.
We're watching video footage. They now have them where you can strap them on your feet.
Yeah.
That's
it's basically just a board.
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do that one. I would not do that one.
Killed on these.
Casey, who would be more?
Just screaming down to the ocean floor.
Where's Daddy? Any kids? Anybody see Daddy?
Please welcome Lil Rel Howery to the show.
What up? What
This
up?
morning,
What it
Rel.
do? I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
You bet, man. Thanks for coming in. For those who may not be familiar with you, you've had so many great, awesome roles, and you won the MTV Movie Award for Best Comedic Performance in the movie Get Out. That had to have been a nice little feather in the cap, getting an award for that.
Yeah, it was actually really dope because also last night my friend Tiffany Haddish received the same award.
Yeah. Yes.
We just took it. I told her this morning, back-to-back years.
And she's in Uncle Drew.
Yeah, she's in Uncle Drew also, which is such a fun movie, man, we did.
So explain for people who are familiar, they may have seen the commercials. There were the commercials were featuring the character of Uncle Drew. Explain what Uncle Drew is about.
So it started from, so people don't know this, Kyrie came up with Uncle Drew, and
He created it?
It's based on his dad. 'Cause
Wow.
His dad still plays basketball. So he basically created this he's better as an older version of his dad, but his dad still plays all the time. Just this older guy who's on the court still balling dudes.
Yeah. So it was him who came up with the idea this guy who sort of schools some street ballers.
And the first time he did, I think we always forget. So they did it in Chicago first, and nobody knew who it was. So it was actually a real court, real game. He showed up in the old man stuff, balled everybody out. I didn't even know it was Kyrie until maybe like the fourth commercial.
Yeah, because it was hard. The makeup was done, first off, very well. You could obviously see body-wise, the guy, it would have been an exemplary shape. But the facial makeup was very well done.
It was very well done. That's what was so amazing about the movie with all the prosthetics, with all the players.
Yeah.
I'm almost forgot how everybody looked in real life.
Did you?
Because they'll be in there for 5 hours. So when I show up on set, they already old. And when I left, they were still old. So I literally forgot how everybody looked until Kyrie did that press conference when he went to the Celtics. And I was like, oh. That's your face.
Well, in the movie, so you have a team, and you have your adversary is Nick Kroll, which is borderline science fiction that he's got, but I got it. So he's your adversary because he plays a good prick. So you guys are playing off against each other. He sort of steals he just crushes you. He's your adversary.
Yeah, he's destroyed my life in different times.
So that spurs you on to
have to find somebody to help me, and that's when I heard about Uncle Drew from different people, like the guys at the barbershop tell me about him, but I've never seen him.
It's the stuff of legend, but you figure you'll explore it.
Like, come on, whatever.
Yeah.
So it was like when Dax, his name, my character, discovers Drew, was really by mistake. It was after I couldn't find any new players to play on my team. Went around all these different playgrounds, and I just happened to be at a playground and see Drew take on this dude one-on-one. That's when I approached him.
And so what his one deal is, he'll do it, but he has to be able to pick his own teammates.
Right, that's where the story gets hilarious and fun. That it's taking this road trip to pick up all these other old dudes.
And you're getting older versions of these great players.
Shaq and Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Preston mentioned Get Out.
Yeah.
We had Jordan Peele in, I guess he was still working on Get Out. He was in promoting, I think it was Keanu.
Yeah.
And it became clear as we were talking that he was just a huge horror fan in this whole thing. And he was simultaneously sort of excited but nervous about what Get Out would be. None of you could have seen how this would take off the way it did.
No, I mean,
buff, but he's a people guy.
Yes,
very much so, and an acclaimed actor. That goes without saying. But his podcast that he's speaking of is called Clear and Vivid. Really cool guests coming up, and we would like to welcome Mr. Alan Alda to our show today. Alan, good morning, sir.
Hi, guys. Good morning. Good to talk to you again.
Hey, it's always wonderful to talk to you, sir. So, did I get that correct? You consider yourself a bit of a people person, connecting with others?
Yeah, in fact, that's what the show is about. It's about communicating with people and relating to people. And it really covers everything. It covers musicians and scientists and athletes, all kinds of people who have to communicate with other people. For instance, right now Max Brooks is on the show this week, and he wrote the guide to avoid zombies and World War Z. And what's interesting about him is, by writing about zombies, he's Mel Brooks' son.
Yes.
By writing about zombies, he got asked to join become a fellow at the Modern War Institute at West Point. Not because they think that we're going to be attacked by zombies, but because they want to think of different ways we might be attacked, and they use people with who think out of the box, But now, starting tomorrow, his dad, Mel Brooks, is on the show, and that's a whole other order of communicating.
Yeah.
He has a comic mind that's just amazing. And he's 95 years old. He remembers every funny thing he ever said.
He's an incredible, unstoppable force. And in all your years in the business, have you crossed paths with Mel before, Alan?
Yeah, Mel and I first met on a radio show at midnight in New York 60 years ago.
Wow.
And we've been good friends for the last 50 years.
Well, he and his son are Max, are just, it's wild to watch them together. There's obviously a deep love there. I'm fascinated by the concept that they're calling upon Max's ability, or at least because the book on about the avoiding or what to do in a zombie apocalypse, actually, though there's humor throughout, it does have some tactical validity to it. But the fact that it would end up being looked at as an actual piece of source material, should that give us pause for concern, Alan?
No, he jokes that when they called him, he said, "Are you sure you got the right Max Brooks?" You're trying Is there a General Max Brooks you want to talk to?
You know,
but it's really just thinking outside the box. His dad thinks outside the box more than anybody.
It's funny.
He has.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just saying that Mel Brooks, as a pop culture nexus, there's so much. If you think I can't, my life is less if I extract Mel Brooks from it, and it's wild to have people like that, to know how they've informed so much of what you've enjoyed throughout your life. Now, obviously, he's you've known him all that time, but besides the friendship, can you step back and just say, look at this body of work that this man has accumulated?
And you know what goes behind that body of work is a certain willingness to not give up.
Yeah.
Because he even after he was well known around the country, he wasn't making any money. It wasn't. I might have been Blazing Saddles, a surprisingly late movie where he started to earn a living. And it was Get Smart. It was Get Smart on television. But in spite of that, when the studio would ask him to do something, he would ignore them. He'd say yes. So they said that when the studio said, get rid of that curly-headed guy who was Gene Wilder, turned out to be a great star.
Right.
Oh, man.
They said, get rid of that guy. He said, yes. You'll never see him again. He paid no attention. They never brought it up again.
Yeah. Alan, did that come up in your career, following your instincts? When in acting, when you were told one thing but did another.
I'm too nice a boy. I think sometimes I would do my best. I do what they wanted, but I do remember one conversation I had with the head of a studio, where we were already shooting a movie, and he flew in to give me changes in the script. And I said, this is not what we agreed on. And I actually said to him, I'm willing to go down in flames with what we agreed on. And I could see the blood drain from his face when I said go down in flames. Wow.
Well,
I probably should have said, yes, you'll never see it again. And we would have both been happy.
Because, and I think about you because we were so well known through MASH and through Hawkeye Pierce and as this likable guy, and certainly had issues. But when you started to pop into less than wonderful characters, I loved it. I loved one of my favorite performances you give is as Senator Brewster in The Aviator. It's just so perfect. Did you find that liberating when you were when they could come to you with a less than likable guy?
Oh, I love it. It's great. When you play a villain or a less than likable guy, you get to do things they won't let you do in life.
Yeah, I imagine. Any in particular that you love playing? Or can you pick one role, a less than likable guy that you really savored playing?
About half the things I played have been like that. There were even aspects of Hawkeye which were not admirable.
Yeah.
And the trick is to just accept the person with all the flaws they have. And if a character doesn't have some flaws, it's not that interesting. To me, anyway.
Well, that
we all got them.
That also speaks to Clear and Vivid because in talking about communicating and understanding people and understanding everyone has within them, I think it's something that people lose is the context to realize that people, we will look at someone else and say, how could you do that? And then you seldom think about, well, I've done things kind of like that too. And it's hard hard to do that. And I assume that's what you're endeavoring to sort of, shine a light on.
Yeah, I find when we're talking about communicating with other people, the main thing to remember is that there's somebody at the other end of what you're having to say. That it's important to remember who they are, find out who they are, talk to the person who they are, not talk to who you think ought to be there.
Right.
But who's really there. You guys must get a tremendous amount of experience doing that because you talk to so many people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you can also pick up where there's good writing, and that brings to mind the movie Marriage Story, which you were in. And it was written so well, Alan, because it seemed to me like it could have just been a documentary about two people who had gone through a divorce, but it was, it was a fictional portrayal of it. What did you think of that movie?
I I really loved it. I thought it was very well written, and the two leads were just so good. I just loved acting with them and watching them act. They were just terrific. Adam Driver is really zooming now.
Yeah. Yeah, he's on fire, the career. But you're popping up.
Actually, Adam Driver is making movies. I'm zooming.
Well, we see that you're going to be in the Ray Donovan movie. Is that correct?
Yeah. The final feature-length episode of Ray Donovan.
Yeah,
and that's fun because. Liev Schreiber and I worked together on Broadway, and we've worked on Ray Donovan together. I really have a good time with him.
Excellent. Well, we're looking forward to hearing your conversation with Max Brooks and Mel. I'm sure some great conversations, some wonderful stories are going to be shared, and we're going to remind people about Clear and Vivid, that is available, but also Science Clear and Vivid, which is great conversations about, obviously, scientific subjects. So, Alan, you're a really cool person. We love having you on anytime, and we appreciate your time this morning, sir.
Thank you. It was fun talking with you.
Excellent. All right, Alan Alda, guys.
Yay!
He's great, man.
He's really, another movie that he's great in is Crimes and Misdemeanors. Have you ever seen that?
You know what? It's been so long. I know that I have, but I can't remember what it's about.
It's Woody Allen. Think of what you will of Woody Allen, but there's a guy. He has a side action. He's a doctor. He's doing well. He has a loving family. There's no real reason for him to do it, but he cultivates an affair on the side. And when he attempts to break it up, this I think it's Angelica Houston becomes very Fatal Attraction-ish, and so he has to stop this from caving in his life, and he goes to means that you would not think, a guy like him would do. And it's kind of an eye-opener, but it's really, really, really brilliant.
I do like, you're right about him playing kind of a nasty character.
Yeah.
The movie Murder at 1600.
Yes,
He's good in that, and he plays a less than likable character in that movie. And you know what else I liked was Bridge of Spies. I don't know if you ever saw that.
Really good. That's a
With Tom
Spielberg
Hanks.
film.
Yeah, and he plays the head of the law firm that gets Tom Hanks to go in and be this guy's defense attorney.
It's an underrated movie.
It's a really good film. Yeah.
As is Flirting with Disaster.
Oh,
what's Flirting with Disaster?
Oh my God, that's one of the best. It's a comedy. Go ahead, kid.
It's a Ben Stiller movie. Ben Stiller, Patricia Arquette, and he and Lily Tomlin are they're married, and they are actually Ben Stiller's, I think, birth parents, and he's going to visit them.
He goes on this sojourn because his adopted mother is Mary Tyler Moore, and so he decides, he's much to everyone's advice not to go do it, and he finds out that his actual parents are living in the desert. Of fleeing, staying away from the FBI. They're drug dealers and hippies, and it's very funny.
I like that. Nice. All right. Well, we skipped our final look at traffic, so we need to do that, and then we're going to get to the B file. NJM Insurance Group traffic. Our final look. What's going on, Kat?
We've got a disabled vehicle on the Vine westbound.
Either this is going to do well or it's not, right? And it wasn't a big budget, so we all did do it because we love Jordan Peele, and I just love the script. Once the trailer came out and then we went to reshoot the ending, I'm like, oh, I think this is going to do good.
What was your first indication? Was it the
it was the trailer.
The trailer.
It was the trailer.
Yeah,
the way when my family started calling me, like, we can't wait to see this. I'm like, oh, this is a thing.
Yeah.
Why did you reshoot the ending?
Well, I wanted to ask about that, too, because I watched both endings, and we don't want to betray what happens at the end of the movie.
Wait, I didn't know there's two.
It's on the disc.
On the disc.
You get it on.
You can see the original.
They actually got it on YouTube too. I mean, the original ending.
Which one did you like better? Before you go into the story about that.
I appreciate the original because it was real.
Yep.
But then also I knew as a fan of
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Revivalist. You can liven up your holidays with award-winning Resurgent Bourbon and Revivalist Gin delivered to your door. Go to revivalistspirits.com. The botanical experts voted USA Today's top craft gin distillery, and you can get 15% off with the promo code ROCK. Cheers. All right, so this is unfortunate, but it was a hell of a tragedy. 3 jockeys were taken to a hospital and 2 horses died.
Oh, my God.
After a horror fall had marred the Group 1 Hong Kong Sprint on Sunday, one of the heights of the prestigious international races at the famous Sha Tin track. The distressing incident in the 5th contest on Hong Kong's biggest day of racing came as Lyle Hewitson's mount, Amazing Star, broke down as the field turned to enter the home straight at the 1,200-meter run. Gallopers, Lucky Patch, ridden by Zach Purton, Naboo Attack under Karis Teton, and Pixie Knight with Yuichi Fukunaga on board had caught in the melee and sent sprawling in distressing scenes. Purton, Houston, and Fukunaga were all put in stable condition after being taken to a nearby hospital. Sadly, Amazing Star and Naboo Attack both had to be euthanized.
That's so sad.
Humanely as a result of their injuries. Teton walked away unscathed, but it's like dude, when a group of horses go down,
that's it, yeah.
It's crazy. All right, a model railway shop manager, a toy train.
Okay, not a very attractive toy shop.
No, not like that. So a railway shop manager stole apparently close to $100,000 worth of goods from employers to fund his $300 a day cocaine habit.
That's delightful.
Derek Williamson joined the firm.
And this one's called the Cocaine Express.
Hatton's in November 2017, and 4 months later, he was promoted to stock production manager. He volunteered to work on Sundays when the warehouse was quiet to help out his colleagues, but he was actually selecting items and packaging them up ready for delivery to 2 fake customers. These are toy trains, mind you. Liverpool Crown Court was told that the address were those of his aunt in Liverpool and his brother in Wirral. And by the time that his crime came to light, he had taken 523 items and arranged for their delivery.
Boy, your aunt really loves trains.
They were worth about $60,000 to the Hattons, but had a retail value of close to $100,000. And their loss impacted financially and on staff morale.
It's horrible.
It was a family-run business, and after his promotion in the spring of 2018, he began his dishonesty. He was seen using his cell phone in the warehouse, which was against company rules, and when surveillance footage was checked, he was seen selecting items from their stock, placing them on his desk, and randomly moving items around the warehouse. Items from his desk were then moved to delivery boxes, sealed and placed in delivery cages, and internal investigation also revealed that he had falsified customer accounts. The owner of the model railway company alerted the firm to the fact that he had seen stock being sold on a couple of websites, including eBay, and it was to fund his cocaine habit. So that's why he was at it.
Genuine, wonderful little thing, and he's corrupting it with the cocaine.
The cocaine.
Yeah.
Stay away from that cocaine. All right. This is a tragic story, but
it's funny.
But it's in the bizarre file. 10 geese drown in a South Florida lake after a homeowners association attempted to trap, sedate, and euthanize them went horribly awry, resulting in them likely facing a fine.
Oh, come on.
The Silver Lakes Homeowners Association in Miramar hired a company called Pest Wildlife Pro to remove 25 geese because some residents in the suburban Fort Lauderdale neighborhood had found them to be loud pooping machines, although others saw them as majestic.
Damn geese, I can't hear Matlock.
Rolando Calzadia, the company's owner, said that he fed the geese bread laced with sedatives on Tuesday, but a loud car spooked the drugged birds and they flew off. 10 fell into the lake and drowned, while he found the other 15 and euthanized them off-site.
This is horrible.
Calzadia said that residents who saw what was happening charged at him, and they were yelling and screaming. He said he had to call police for help, saying the situation was out of control.
They're falling from the sky, crashing, burning, falling.
He said everyone hates the dog catcher in the neighborhood. It was just a bad situation.
Was there no way to just relocate them or drug them up and send them someplace?
No. Calzadia said the residents who like the geese and name them are never the same people as the ones who get stuck with the noise and the cleanup.
Mm-hmm.
The Homeowners Association officers refused comment to the newspaper that asked questions, but sent a notice to residents saying that the geese population had been rapidly increasing and had become aggressive.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've murdered all the geese. You can return to the pond.
The letter called the drownings an unfortunate matter.
Drowning geese?
Terrible.
To have a goose drown?
And
it's heresy.
That Calzadilla was expected to follow all laws and ordinances, including local ones. The association had gotten complaints that the geese were eating flowers, so let's kill them.
Yeah.
But Miramar government officials have put the blame on the homeowners association, sending the officers a letter Thursday that the association could be facing an unspecified fine.
Honk, bitch.
By the way, the city is a bird sanctuary, and its code says it is illegal to hunt, wound, molest, injure, or kill any bird within its limits.
This is going to be bad.
Calzadilla was not cited, but the homeowners association was. All right, and we'll do one more story and wrap it up. A pair of suspected beef jerky thieves are getting the attention of the Amarillo Crime Stoppers.
Cocaine trains and beef jerky thieves.
Drowning geese?
What the hell?
According to a Tuesday morning Facebook post, the organization is looking for 2 people suspected of taking over $1,000 of beef jerky from various convenience stores in recent months. The police are offering...
Scumbags.
You said that with such passion.
Yeah.
Scumbags.
Jerky thieves.
Police are offering a reward of up to $1,000 for anyone who submits a tip leading to an arrest of the beef jerky criminals. And that is what I have in the bizarre file.
Is that the only thing they're stealing?
That's all they're stealing is beef jerky.
It is expensive.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not cheap.
All right.
And listen, people need their beef jerky.
Desperately.
Keep our eye on the ball here.
If not now, when?
All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. We're going to take a break. We'll get back with a lesson question for you. See if you've been paying attention to the show this morning. Trash music news is coming up as well. Stay put. We'll be back in a second. Yeah, it needed to have a more satisfying ending. I know what you mean.
People would have left the theater with different energy if we would have kept. Because when I saw the first cut, it was with the original ending, and I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was.
But you know what? Because he's a. I mean that. Here's the difference. Horror, and they'll say horror comedy. I like my horror. You can have some comedy, and you provide the comedy.
But you know what made it work though? Because Jordan wrote it real.
He wrote it real. Yes, you can tell.
All I was the audience that watched the movie,
and that's why it works. When they try to yuck it up, that's when they screw it up. Because that would have undermined what is really a brilliant horror movie that works on multiple levels.
Yeah. And what was masterfully done was that the trailer thought you were getting into one thing and the movie got you into something else. And you're like, whoa. That's hard to pull off.
How much of your character of that? First off, do you ever have to go through TSA ever now?
So I'll tell you something funny about that. They show love when I showed them. Oh man, we appreciate you, but you still got to take your shoes off. So I still get no real love. I still got to do everything. They still do it. Like they take their job more seriously now, which is crazy. Like,
well, you give them a sense of pride. Was there any on-set ad-libbing because you seem so natural? Your simultaneous pride and condemnation of him for going in the first place.
So the funny thing about it is, I thought I was saying stuff that was scripted, and then we did a panel, and Jordan was like, nah, this is you just saying stuff.
Wow, that's great.
But he let me do that. He'll have, like, we'll do the takes where I do everything scripted, and if I do a real take. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, if anyone's going to appreciate comedic ability.
It's Jordan. Yeah, that's why he's a great director.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, talking about being on the set and improving lines, and we have Adam McKay as a friend of the show, and he says he'll laugh when someone's riffing on set and doing the deal, and that actually encourages the actors. You as a performer, when you're doing something, do you like to hear response, or does it throw you off? Because technically, you're not supposed to be hearing someone laughing, but how does it work?
Well, that's the thing. It depends on what it is. Like, so if it's, for instance, like, it's not I'm trying to plug this, but I got a show on Fox this year called Real, a sitcom.
Yes.
I like a live studio audience because I like to hear it right away. It's easy to write to that. I give you a perfect example of not that environment is doing Get Out. I kept trying to make Daniel, who played, I just wanted to make him laugh. Like, he had to be sad. So I'm like saying all this crazy. That's why when you see those outtakes of me doing it, it's me trying to make him laugh, trying to break him. So, like,
awesome.
They'll yell cut, and we have to give him 2 minutes to just laugh.
Yeah.
Because he's so good. He was just, I'm like, I got to break this dude. But he was such a really good actor, man.
Guys, let's give it up for Lil Rel Howery.
Thank you for having me.
So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath, naked, full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Cal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness though drops dramatically after like third or fourth season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She's got just a wonderful beaver.
Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver. She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
Okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay. Jot that down.
I'm writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pic.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay, it's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But do you know? We don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for.
And paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Julie Handjob. Forgive me, Julie Handy. Forgive me, Julie Blumpkin. Forgive me, Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh, my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerk Off throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or her friends.
Julie Jerk Off.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
and then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. Jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh, my God.
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
There'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play.
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie. Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
Our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. Like, I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I am so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. It's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what he says. You pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, so I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick. I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse Duplantis. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004 where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of them with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This way I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
It's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah,
is that you're going to give away a $50 Wawa gift card this morning. I don't know if we've ever done a Dr. Mike quote for lesson question, but we're going to do that this morning. Dr. Mike likes to quote American businessman Cy Sims. And which actor/wrestler? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know, okay? Dr. Mike likes to quote American businessman Cy Sims, and which actor/wrestler? 215-263 WMMR. We'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And this morning, it is brought to you by Horizon Services. You can purchase a heating and cooling system today and get a free upgrade worth up to $2,000. Horizon will install as soon as tomorrow, or it's free. Visit horizonservices.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, resale prices, get this, for tickets to Adele's Vegas weekend residency shows are reportedly going for as much as $35,000.
Oh, my God.
Ticket brokers are admitting that while the price is steep, it does come with poverty.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my God.
No?
Right? 35 grand. Michael Strahan completed his 15-minute trip into space aboard the Blue Origin without any mishaps on Saturday. After the landing, there wasn't a dry eye amongst Strahan's fellow crewmen, mainly because the gap-toothed Strahan kept saying the word space.
Hey!
And finally, Steven Spielberg's critically praised rendition of West Side Story is tanking at the box office, and some are blaming bad press on star Ansel Elgort, who he has been receiving some allegations of sexual improprieties. Not to be deterred, though, Spielberg has quickly moved to add a third gang to the Jetson Sharks made up of velociraptors. So that should be cool. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will go to the phones and see if we can find an answer to today's lesson question. Dr. Mike likes to quote American businessman Cy Sims, and which actor wrestler? 215-263 WMMR. We're going to go to Ron for the answer. Hey, Ron, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful, Ron. So what actor/wrestler does Dr. Mike like to quote?
Jesse Ventura.
That is correct, sir. You got it. Hang on the line. We're going to get your information, my friend. And
awesome.
We are going to set you up with a $50 Wawa gift card. And why not make Wawa your one-stop shop for gift cards this holiday season? A great gift for anyone on your list. Let's get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Wawa, your one-stop shop for all your gift cards from Wawa Gift Cards, Wawa e-gift cards, or gift cards from your favorite brand. Wawa has a gift cards for anyone on your list. We'll start with Jack White. Jack White's going to hit the road with a huge 57-date tour.
Wow.
He's going to play multiple nights in Atlanta, Nashville, Los Angeles, and other cities, including Chicago, Pittsburgh, Brooklyn, Austin, Baltimore, St. Louis, and not Philadelphia. I didn't see a Philadelphia date on here. Jack has something happened here.
What happened?
And I
thought we had fixed it when we talked to him. He loved us.
Yeah, we had a nice conversation with him, and when Sunday Driver came out, and it was a really cool interview, I thought. But he had some kind of thing that happened where people were taking pictures or something, and he asked them not to, and they kept doing it, and he said he'd never play Philadelphia again. Maybe it was more to it than just that. But
they steal his lunch?
He hasn't played in a long time here. So
where's my sandwich?
White recently announced that he'll be releasing 2 new albums next year, Fear of the Dawn, and Entering Heaven Alive. The Supply Chain Issues Tour is what it's being called. Will travel through North America, the United Kingdom, and Europe.
To the best of your recollections, has any other artist ever completely omitted a location off their touring out of retribution or
out of Philadelphia?
Anywhere that comes to mind. I mean, obviously there are places you wouldn't play because of maybe there were
like Ray Charles wouldn't play in Georgia for a while.
Right. It's obvious.
Segregation and stuff like that.
Right.
But yeah, there's got to be, but I don't know anything
nothing like this
that's popping to mind right now. Wolfgang Van Halen spoke to Classic Rock Magazine, shed some light on some of the music that he and his late dad particularly loved. Wolfgang recalled AC/DC was always the band that Dad and I bonded over. Other than Van Halen being the most familiar classic rock era band, AC/DC is definitely my band. After spending a lifetime around rock's most legendary and prestigious musicians, Wolfgang is able to have a unique takeaway about fame. He said, "We're all the same." I think that's the big thing. You become so jaded and separated. You listen to this music and you think you know them, and half of the time they're this product that just makes a thing for you that you like. But we're all just people.
It's like Us Magazine taught us. They're just like us.
They're just like us. You can tell by the clothes they wear.
Yeah.
Right?
And the things that they do. They go out and get salads and coffee.
Billy Corgan has joined Cameo for a limited time in order to raise money for Paws Chicago.
Wow.
The Smashing Pumpkins singer and his partner, Chloe Mendel's Cameo page offers personal use videos for $400 and content for businesses for $4,500.
That's actually not so bad if you're a huge Billy Corgan fan.
At press time, there were only 7 cameos left. He was doing just a limited amount of them. So, yeah. The success of the Peter Jackson's nearly 8-hour The Beatles Get Back documentary on Disney Plus still lingers with the band's 1970 Let It Be album sitting on top of the Billboard Top Rock Album charts for the first time. Upon its original release, Let It Be hit number 1 on the Billboard 200, topping the chart on June 13th, 1970, and ending Paul McCartney's 3-week run on top of the charts with his solo debut, McCartney. That's how much that band and those guys dominated music at that time. That Paul was knocked off by his own band, the Beatles. Let It Be went on to hold the top spot for a solid month until the soundtrack to Woodstock displaced it. The rock albums and top tracks chart was introduced in the March 21st, 1981 issue of Billboard, well over a decade after the Beatles split. And then another couple quick stories here, or this last quick story, and then another one. After canceling 2 shows of their current UK tour due to singer Chris Jericho being hospitalized, the band hosted an Ultimate Fozzy Fan Fest in London over the weekend. According to the band's social media, the Fozzy frontman was ordered not to sing for medical reasons, so the band hosted a world-exclusive premiere listening party of Fozzy's upcoming album Boombox at the O2 Academy Islington. That's an I, not an L.
What the hell is that?
Sorry about that. Boombox. That's an I.
That's an I.
Boombox.
Very good.
Which includes the top 10 shingles. Annabelle, no.
Yeah.
Nowhere to Run and Sane will not be released until April 15th. And then the last story I wanted to add, and we mentioned this in the entertainment news earlier this morning. Sad news, the Monkees, Mike Nesmith, passed away on December 10th of natural causes. He was 78 years old. His family issued a statement saying, "With infinite love, we announce that Michael Nesmith has passed away this morning in his home, surrounded by family. Peacefully and of natural causes, we ask that you respect our privacy at this time. We thank you for the love and light that all of you have shown him and us." It was back in November he had wrapped up the final Monkees tour dates in L.A. with Mickey as part of the pair's farewell tour. He'd been struggling with heart disease in recent years, and in 2018 underwent quadruple bypass surgery. He is the third of the Monkees to pass. Davy Jones died of a heart attack in 2012. He was 66 years old. Peter Tork passed away at the age of 77 in 2019. And he had a rare cancer of the salivary glands. So Mickey Dolenz said in a statement, "I'm heartbroken. I've lost a dear friend and a partner. I'm so grateful that we could spend the last couple of months together doing what we love best, singing, laughing, and doing shtick. And I miss it all. So I'll miss it all so much, especially the shtick. Rest in peace, Nez. All my love, Mickey." It's great that near the end of his life that he got to get back out there and to do that again. He must have known, he and Mickey must have known how ill he was.
Right.
And that this would be the last hurrah. But it's so cool that he got to do that at the end of his life.
And there's a great footage which Mickey Dolenz himself tweeted out of him basically. They're hugging on stage. He says, "I love you, man." It meant a lot.
Yep.
I mean, think of all that they had gone through for all those years.
Yeah, absolutely. He had said earlier this week, Mickey did, by the way, had released a new album of Nesmith songs titled Dolan Sings Nesmith. He said, I found out a couple of days ago that he was going into hospice, and I knew what that meant. I had my moment then, and I let go. I let go a couple of days ago. It's just good to know that he passed peacefully. We were on stage just a few weeks ago, and I'm so glad that we did that tour. He was so looking forward to that, and such a trooper throughout the whole thing. A tour is tough if you're in the best of health. He just really loved it. He loved doing it. It's not my place to talk about how the exact state of his health towards the end of his life was. But it's public knowledge that just a couple of years ago he had a quadruple bypass, and it's also no secret he was a Christian Scientist. And I don't really see myself as the last monkey, but it's the end of an era, that's for sure. And that's what happens. None of us are going to get out of this alive. So sad news, Mike Nesmith. And that is it in music news for you. Let's take a break, come back in a second, and we will get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize when we return. You don't want to miss that.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
Look what MMR got you just in time for Christmas. It's MMR Barbecue 2022.
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
There.
Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say this.
Don't worry. This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh! That's it. That's the dilemma. Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's
this is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity.
Yeah.
The absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face
Absolutely.
with all your might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind
This
riding
is
along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe that the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how. That's akin to saying "open sesame." When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you that jet door opened right.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
Yes,
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
Yes.
Amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
You can get
Just
awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
Your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2
Oh my
on
God,
Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
Over the ear.
over your ear.
Yeah,
You're fine.
they're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch them out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh, my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice! She almost
fell on her
fell
ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit.
You can get your MMRBQ tickets now. Go to WMMR.com to get all of the details. It's all good stuff, man. I would like to thank our guests on the program today. We had some good ones. One of our favorites, Mr. Adam Ferrara.
Hey!
Adam will be at Parks Casino on Thursday performing live for you. You can get tickets. He's in the 360 Lounge.
Good room.
Tickets available at parkscasino.com. So go see Adam. He's the best. He loves coming here. We have the legendary Alan Alda, who's going to be interviewing the legendary Mel Brooks on his podcast. That should be pretty cool.
That is cool. And they're apparently friends for decades.
And you can get the podcast on Amazon Music. So not only that, but Max Brooks, Mel's son, will be joining him as well. And also thank you to our friend Paul Eisenberg from the Bringing Hope Home Foundation. They have their annual Adopt a Family holiday program that is going on, and it's now through Christmas. And Bringing Hope Home will essentially help out families who are affected by cancer.
Yes, it's wonderful that they do that.
Yeah, and they also do other fund driving where they will buy and pay for necessities, like they'll pay for rent or utilities or food and things like that. This is to get gifts for them, and they have a great way to ensure that everybody gets what they need. And so it's great to have Paul on this morning. So you can go to bringinghopehome.org, I believe is the website, to make a donation and to get involved with that. All right, I guess we need to do the letter of the day. And I guess that's going to be you,
I got you.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
R, as in Roy Kent.
All right, and we are going to be giving away a pair of tickets for 3 lap ride-alongs. You and a guest each get to experience real-life racing thrills as you ride shotgun in a 600-horsepower NASCAR-style race car on Pocono Raceway's 2.5-mile superspeedway from Stock Car Experience. And don't give another boring gift. You can have that special someone ride shotgun in a 160-mile-per-hour stock car at Pocono Raceway. Gift vouchers are easy to order at 877stockcar.com. That's 877stockcar.com. So we'll give that away on Friday. Won't that be an awesome prize?
Nice.
Win it. I would like to give away the last 2 pair of passes I have for the day for the Christmas Miracle broadcast.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it is a week from tomorrow at Parks Casino. If you would like to go, let's have callers 10 and 11 on the line. 215-263-WMMR. Required, sorry, you got to be at least 21 years of age and able to join us that morning. So a week from tomorrow. And make sure that you wear your ugly sweater because Miller Lite has given us some prizes to give away. And it's real simple. Just get as ugly with it as you can.
Yes,
and
creative.
You just might win some good stuff. So we'll have you on board. And any events coming up?
Yep, this Friday, maybe.
All right, this Friday there is an event where you can win tickets. It's a Miller Lite pre-party.
Always great.
This will be at Patty Wax Pub on South Street. So this Friday from 7 to 9, stop by and you'll have your opportunity to win some passes to the Christmas Miracle. Want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show, and also Meineke. For tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more, Meineke doing car care right. Tomorrow on our program, another one of our favorites, Jim Florentine's going to be joining us.
He's great.
It'll be Tuesday, so we'll have you a chance to win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo, as well as other goodies that we will give to you. Don't forget that we are looking for you to make your version of the WMMR Preston and Steve studios out of gingerbread. Come on, guys, please do something. And we have $500 up for grabs. Use your creativity, make what you can, and you can visit the Gingerbread Studio contest page at PrestonandSteve.com to enter. The deadline is a week from tomorrow, by the way. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.